Hello, everybody.
Boy, have we got a show for you today. It's an extra special show today.
Yes.
Welcome to Castle Super Beast.
I'm going to reach off Mike and pull up a prop here.
Oh, man. That's a good prop.
I'm holding up a prop.
Oh, man, that's a good prop. A good visual bit.
I'm holding up a t-shirt.
It's a t-shirt.
It's a very cool t-shirt.
I wore it the other day. It was very nice to feel on my nipples.
And if you want to acquire a t-shirt, such as this one, you can go to tinyurl.com/CastleSuperBeastShirts.
I mean, that does work.
That's the best way to group things together.
Yes.
Until otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
And if you would like to see this shirt, if you're on the audio, you can always go to that URL. If you're on the visuals, then you get to see it. Look at that. That's great. What a nice shirt.
You could also, I wore it the other day on stream. I forget what stream. You just click through last week's, and you can see what it looks like when it stretches comfortably over a man's orb.
Yes. Speaking of stretching comfortably over an orb.
Yeah? Okay.
I've been stretched uncomfortably over my toilet bowl.
Hey guys. This is what I was going to go for before. Today's a very special episode of the Castle Super Beast podcast. Today, and hopefully God, only today, you just might see one of us run away in order to not shit our pants. Both Wooly and I having a real good bout of being afraid to shit our pants.
So I don't know what's going on with you.
I got stomach stuff.
You got
all
stomach
the time.
Stuff. Okay. Well, I don't
it's
get
an ongoing battle.
I don't get stomach stuff all the time. Pretty rarely. But for some reason, I went to Toronto and I came back and all I got was this horrible food poisoning.
You know what you got?
What did I get?
Jealous of the poop bandit. And your body is jealous now.
My body is providing me with the ammo.
Yeah.
Yeah, telling me what to do. It's
speaking to you in tongues.
It's not great. It's been a not great couple of days. Here's the bit. It's been worse, and
I've never known anyone to get food poisoning as often as you.
But it's like, I mean, it's still a handful of times over the course of my life, but it literally is all you have to do is eat one bad meal.
Yeah, I know. I've never known a person to get food poisoning once. Sorry, more than once.
Yeah.
So I think this is what, 3, 4?
No, maybe no, yeah, probably like 4 or 5 times, right? And it's like, I've known people that have gotten.
Just don't try new things.
I've known people that have gotten it too, but it's also basically like, again, it's the easiest thing to get. Consume one bad meal.
In some cases, one bad bite.
And that's all it takes, you know? So I've had really, really bad ones, and this is easily, like, amongst the least offensive versions of it.
But it's still not great.
Still not great. The really, really bad ones are when you are unable to move for a couple of days. Right? The really bad ones are, like... when I was, the first time I ever got it was like, you know, maybe whatever, 10 or 11, and like a hot dog that just, you know, no.
It didn't have enough healthy rat meat in it.
Well, well, first of all, you're talking about super Christian household. So you best believe that those hot dogs are absolutely not pork or miscellaneous meat hot dogs. They're super duper chicken hot dogs.
Okay. They're step one to getting food poisoning.
Well,
chicken is the worst offender of them all.
And then there's frankfurters for beef, you know, or whatever. But you see, because that goes into the E. coli stuff and whatnot.
And step 2 is vegetables.
But I mean, in any case, it was just whatever. There was you didn't know what was off when you had it, and then it went bad, you know. And in retrospect, and that was days on the floor. Right, that was like days of like, oh, you're gone, you're not moving, you're not getting out of bed.
Is anybody like, he's faking it?
No, my brother got it too.
Oh well, I mean, that'd be tough to both of you fake it like that.
We both had it, and we were both like, okay, bed or the floor, right? So, you know, that was the
good place to be.
That was the bad one. I mean, I got it from bad rice at a wedding. Right? In fact, like everyone that had the rice got it. So the nightmare occurred.
Jesus Christ.
Where everyone that came and celebrated had to then fucking deal with that. Really, really harsh on the old people.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So
food preparation's no joke.
Definitely not.
It's one of those things that I remember watching. I watched a lot of Kitchen Nightmares with Gordon Ramsay.
Yeah.
And Gordon Ramsay's a cantankerous, angry fellow. But the ones where he would really just lose his shit is he'd see like chicken or like vegetables just hanging out.
Yeah. And
he's like, people can die from this.
Yeah.
It's not a joke.
You know, something as simple as that. And of course it's like that's whether that's down to like the hired caterers being garbage or the hired caterers being cheap hired caterers,
or on the much less likely but more fun to think about, evil.
Possibly. Yeah, so whatever, that's how that went down, and that was, you know, like the second time or so. And then there was like, yeah, stuff is like when I was back at IDOS, back at Squeenix, and I had that salad, and I had a shrimp salad, basically, and it was not a shrimp salad, it was a salad
with shrimps,
with shrimp in it. Usually I go for the chicken. This place had a really good bowl of like salad, whatever, and this time I was like, let me just try something different, and I went for something different, and it was shrimp, and that scrimp was not ready.
Those prawns were passed.
Or maybe it was more than ready. Maybe it was beyond ready. Maybe it was,
its readiness had passed.
And it went off. And that was that, you know? And that was a bad one. That's another one where you're like, woof, you're getting fucked. Somebody's getting fucked. And yeah, like, possibly like another smaller instance in more recent years.
That cheesecake did you in. I'll never forget that PAX cheesecake on the fucking cabinet.
Nah, that's just meme status, dude.
You were ill.
But that's like at this point, that's just dumb meme status. Like it's
okay. You've been poisoned enough that one has become deranked.
No, that one has just become it was based off of a joke, which was funny, and then it just got ran into the ground to me. Because,
you did get sick after eating it.
Yeah, but that's not anyway. Okay, all right. I'm pretty sure, like the fact that
you would have gotten sick anyway.
No, that's not what I'm pretty sure. It was something else that I had that weekend specifically, because the amount of the amount of targeted bullshit on that story, and like for what it actually was, which is literally a piece of like. Do we even need to go back?
No.
All right.
I was just shocked that you would be like, "Oh no, that one doesn't count."
The hyperbole on that is stupid. It was not the cheesecake. I had something else.
Oh, what was it?
Okay. I'm not sure.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure that wasn't
So you're sure it wasn't this, but
when I got sick, it wasn't the day, it wasn't right after eating it.
Yeah.
Okay. That weekend there was the whole snow that it was like, okay, that thing was there. Yes, it was on the table. I've had stuff like that had not been like that bad. I've had stuff that had been out like that had not been that bad. Mm-hmm. And when you get food poisoning, you pretty much know right away. It takes a couple hours it's basically between the point that you eat the meal and the
as soon as it hits your stomach.
As soon as it hits your stomach, you start to know right away. And it was not right away. So why would it be that? That was the reason why that became the bit, was because that's what Matt and Liam and whatever,
Matt and Liam, myself and Paige all looked at you going to eat a 3-day-old cheesecake off a fucking hotel countertop and went, "Nah, don't do that."
So the number keeps going up.
Time. it was out there at least 1 day.
It was literally the span of hours. It was literally the span of hours, right?
No,
it just got exaggerated to the entire weekend.
I will text my girl and I will confirm this.
Anyway,
that was
and then it takes.
She's asleep. She's not gonna be able to.
But it usually takes a while for that it takes not sorry any blah opposite of that. You find out pretty quickly what's causing it, and as such as this time where it was like moments after, like maybe less than an hour after the meal, maybe an hour after the meal, like you're like, oh, that's not, something's up, and then begins the spiral.
Yeah.
You know.
Let me ask you. I don't know if this is a little too personal, but is it mostly down or is it also up?
I mean, at first it's both.
Okay.
And then later it becomes down.
Okay, because down, I mean, as bad as down can be, up is the worst. Up is just...
Yeah, not great. Anyway...
Hey, I have a question for you. This has nothing to do with food poisoning. Well, tangentially.
Sure.
When you were younger... and you're throwing up, or what? You got stomach flu or something. Did you have a designated bucket?
Still do.
How do you do that? Because like I
mean, hospitals have pans.
No, like oh, Woolie's sick again. Get out the puke bucket.
Well, it's not a bucket. It's a container.
Okay.
And then again, it is like like hospitals have these containers.
Yeah.
And you need to have one because you cannot live by the toilet for the entire time you're sick.
The reason I ask is because when I was a little kid, all the way up until like I was 20 or whatever, there was a single orange bucket in the house that was like, oh, Pat's sick, get him his orange bucket. And like the sight of that thing filled me with dread. Because every time I saw it, I knew I was going to throw up.
Okay.
And well, I'm not sure which, like... Well, I'm convinced at some point it would cause me to throw up.
Well, for me, it's a container. It's the blue. It's the blue container, and I still have it. And
like you got it from your mom?
Yeah. It's
your childhood puke bucket.
I mean, it's the thing that would sit next to your bed, and that's what you need when you can't get up. And you know, whatever you wash, you disinfect, you do your thing, and then it goes back where it goes. And then you keep it by the ready if you ever need it again. But like an actual bucket, it's like, yeah, that's a bit much.
Oh no, I don't like.
It's
don't
more
necessarily.
It's more of a like.
I'm not talking about the
pan.
I'm not talking about the bucketness of the scenario. Just like the designated vomit.
Yeah. I still have it.
And no negative association, huh?
I mean, it's a lifesaver, quite frankly.
Because, like, I made a joke about it the last time I was hanging out with my mom and dad, and my mom was like, oh, yeah, we still have that. You want to see it? And I got, like, upset. I was like, I don't want to look at it.
Yeah.
Because if I looked at it, I bet I would throw up.
Yeah. No, to me, I'm like, I think more of the awful times when it's not around, and then how it becomes a really bad run for whatever. And you never want to have to be in a situation where you have 1 second to decide which place to aim it.
Yeah.
Because whatever you do,
it's gonna be
bad, right? Yeah. So like, there's always options. Now,
I remember being really little and having the decision of like the floor or my sheets. That's my decision.
Yep. Often, I remember there was the sprint, and then the sprint got cut short where it's like couldn't reach the toilet, hit the sink instead.
That could be much worse than
but that's a bad one though, because it's like that's not going anywhere for a minute. You got to deal with that.
Yeah, but it's better than the floor or your clothes.
Yeah, I guess. You know,
it's right next to water. Water is your friend.
Yeah, just again, it's just and then there's like in polite company,
yes.
Right? There's pull your shirt up. And you can just go for that if you have nothing and you don't want to hit the floor or anybody around you.
I would rather hit the floor or anyone around me.
I'm sure. In fact,
I disagree with this ideal.
Based on most drunken people's etiquette, there is
the
clear,
least okay thing.
Yeah. I guess it's like I guess it depends, right?
Like I can come around to like sneezing in your shirt or whatever. I can live in that world.
If we're all standing in a place where you can aim it completely away from people and not on like someone's car or some shit,
I would so readily throw up on someone's car than myself.
The problem with the shirt catch
is what do you do right afterwards?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. You cut it off your body.
No, that's why I think everyone's recoiling is like there's no follow-up.
There's no plan. What are you gonna lift your shirt above your body? You can't. Yeah, you're fucked.
You just gotta pour it out onto the ground that you were gonna pour it out onto anyway.
You know, or hope that you can get to a bathroom and like
die.
Just die in it. Yeah. No, it ain't great. It ain't great.
I don't like it when our bodies rebel against us with their basic functions.
But there are times when, like, I still think that's the move. Right? Okay.
I demand one scenario.
I am at a wedding reception.
Right on the grass.
It's indoors.
Okay, right on the church.
In the room where it's happening.
Yeah.
No.
Start running.
You're not, but like...
Run as fast as you can.
On the ground, in the room, you've ruined it.
Yeah? Oh, you're right. Hey guys, what's going on over there? Oh, it's just member of the bridal party / guest, whatever... Mr. Woolley fucking vomiting all over into his suit to hold it for us.
Have you seen the video
of you doing this?
Of a bridesmaid just yakking right in front of the ceremony?
Yeah, it's actually relatively common. People get nervous and they throw up.
Well, that to me is a ruiner because you're basically looking at a stench that's not going to go anywhere, even though they have to continue with what they're doing. You can take a break and wipe it up, but everybody knows what just happened. And like at the very minimum, I think if you can remove yourself drastically and extremely, they can continue without the whole place smelling like garbage. You know, it's a sacrifice.
But you're not following up with okay. So you pull out the shirt of your suit.
It's jumping in front of a bullet.
No, you're not. No, I want to hear the follow up.
Okay,
so you're in a suit. You're in a suit.
It's awful, right?
Okay,
it's an awful situation that you're because again the the disrobing is probably the worst shit in the world, if not impossible. But the hope at the very least in this extreme scenario, because again, not always called for, but in that type of scenario, I feel like I would take the bullet because then you run, you get to the nearest toilet, you release.
Wooly,
yes,
I want you to walk me through piece by piece. You're in a suit.
Yes.
Regular man suit.
Okay.
Shirt, overcoat, blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
You pull the shirt out of your,
grab the bottom, pull it up
into
create a little bowl.
Okay, a little bowl.
Create a little horrible bowl.
Okay.
No time to get the chute off.
Now, I'm going to tell you right now, I don't know about you, but the ability to aim your head straight down with accuracy while vomiting, some of it's going to hit the floor, man.
Yeah.
And also,
yeah. Well, by the way, have you ever been in a situation where it's come on so fast that you didn't know it was coming on before?
Once.
Because for me, at the very least, every time it's come on, it's been, I have minutes of alert to get up and remove myself. So let's not forget the biggest part of this.
For vomiting, for me, I have had a maximum of 45 seconds ever. And on one occasion, once, I had 1 second of warning.
Okay, I've never been completely unaware with like seconds to go.
Yeah.
I've always had minutes.
Most people don't have minutes.
Yeah. Every time I've had it, I've had minutes, and I've had the ability to get up and go.
Yeah. But let's assume you have like You're standing and the reception's happening. You have 10 seconds to decide.
And here's the thing. I guess the one, like, here's an exception, right? I think, like, drunkenness, like fucking
being wasted,
beer barfing.
Yeah.
That's where it's like, it's there, but you're fucking wasted. So you're not really paying attention into
okay,
that
so
planning
so you're trying to cup it in your shirt, right?
Okay, so you're going for that.
Okay, so there's three problems right away. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
You ever try and cup water out of a stream or of a sink?
Consistency's thicker than water.
Have you? Sometimes it spills out the size of your hands.
The consistency is thicker than water.
Okay. 2, sometimes the consistency is not much thicker than water.
It usually is.
Okay, but sometimes it's not. And 2, because of the way puke works, the consistency is uneven. Some is much thicker than water. Some is water.
Yeah.
The water's going to run straight through and hit the floor anyway. Like, you're not saving the floor at all. You're only making sure that every part of you is now covered in puke.
The types that I've had that I'm thinking of, it would be a huge difference.
I want to poison you to see this play out.
Because here's the other thing too, and I was going to say the other type is when you have it there and you know you're going to, so you have to kind of almost induce it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Those ones are rough.
For me, it's usually pretty easy. It's go hang out next to the toilet for a bit, and the location and the context will do the rest.
And you kind of know, and you're just like, fuck, I don't want to, but I know it's right there.
Yeah.
And I know it's going to go down, so let me just...
I can do it now or I can do it later.
Well, exactly. And you just got to fucking sit there and spit.
You want to fucking... Hey.
But what I'm saying, right, and especially given fucking recent context, right, you're getting a whole lot of, like, nah, that's just going to hit the surface of that.
Yeah.
And it's going to... the consistency is pretty thick.
Wooly, I genuinely feel that if you're going to throw up, you should scan the room for people, turn away from those people, lean as far forward as you can, and throw up. Because, you puked on the floor, they'll clean it up, right? And we're in the wedding analogy still. You know, the smell, whatever. Like, you're ignoring the part where... Hey, where's Wooly? Oh, he puked all over his own suit and ran away.
Yeah. To save it.
Instead of,
to try
he's
and
a little
save it.
sick, he's back now.
It's an extreme case, right?
I don't think this saves anything.
I think it would. I really think it would. Based on the types of vomits that I've had, based on the amounts, right? And I remember my cousin.
Oh my god!
My cousin one time had one that was like there was no fluid.
There had to be a little.
No, but it was a contained drop that hit the ground and stayed together. Like, I understand.
That seems like your cousin's unwell.
Because that's the thing is there's all kinds, right? And boozy ones are alcohol, so that's just the fluid coming back up. If you're barfing beer and shots, then it's just alcohol coming back up.
Yeah,
right?
Your body doesn't want it.
If it's food, you're getting a lot of food, and that's what I'm trying to make the difference here today. I'm not barfing the same shit that you had when you got drunk that one time.
No,
it's a meal.
Wooly, I've been half for liquid/foods. I'm aware, but even food barfs.
This is getting.
Even food barfs have consistency.
I don't want this conversation to go into this detail. It's pretty fucking horrible and gross.
Yeah,
but if you're pulling the questions out in this way, I have to answer them.
You can't
because if you haven't had the same types, then you're not.
I think that choosing to barf all over yourself might be the worst solution to a bad problem I have ever heard in my life.
Like, the thickness of the sweater that I have right now,
is way thicker than a fucking dress shirt.
You're coming up off a vest too, probably, but you know, every suit.
Well, if you have time to take your vest off,
you don't have time
and
to
then use the vest.
You don't have time to take your vest off. They're
wow.
both on you, but I'm wearing a suit with a vest each time anyway. But we're dealing with a vest on top of a shirt, regardless. But that's changing that's moving the goalpost.
Yeah.
The point I'm making is the sick type consistencies are a lot of chunk and a lot less fluid.
Am I weird that like talking about this kind of stuff doesn't unsettle my stomach at all?
No, I can have this conversation because I'm living in this world right now.
Yeah.
But I know a lot of people are not.
Yeah, some people are like throwing up right now.
Some people are skipping past this conversation.
Yeah.
Waiting for whatever else to happen.
Yeah, well.
And in which case, like, skip 2 hours forward and we're still talking about barf.
Or we've actually just cycled back to
it's
it.
the barf
in that
episode.
5-minute
They
bit.
never stopped. I'm sorry, but yeah. I'm
Listen, we've all been there. Everyone listening to this podcast has had to vomit, and at least one of those vomits has gone bad.
Like, I assure you, it's not a completely unreasonable decision to make if you're in a situation where you're like, I need to minimize the explosion of this grenade, right? It's jumping on the grenade. And if me having my suit ruined and being removed from that
life,
right, for that, you know, in that immediate moment, for the sake of like, well, that like it's a bad moment versus a fucking janitor has to come in.
I just don't think you're gonna save as much as you think you're going to.
Here's the problem. You're because the leak through. I'm telling you, it's not leak through.
Okay,
right? The what you should be talking about, and the danger point that you've completely ignored. If I'm going to argue my own,
all right,
is the walk.
Oh yeah,
it's the transport.
Oh yeah,
right.
A single jostle, and you've now made the process way worse.
That's the danger zone. So you're trying to keep your head down, probably not be seen with it all over your fucking beard
and face and
whatnot,
chest
and you're holding it up, and you're trying to contain. You gotta go hold your fists together.
Yeah.
Because if you are too spread apart, you're leaking. You're spreading. You're risking back leak. You know, so you can't have that. You don't want to trail.
And we got a good comment in here that it's going to be easier for the janitor overall if it was all in one spot instead of dripping all over the like path to the bathroom.
I mean, at which point if you're getting up and it's all, if it happens to clear everything and it's not on your shoes or whatever and it's all in that one spot, then I guess that is there too. You don't want to leak.
It's gonna leak.
You don't want to leak.
It's going to leak. You have an unrealistic view of the competence level of your shirt.
Would it leak?
Yeah, dude, it's gonna leak for sure. For fucking sure.
What if you really like grab the sides and have the gravity?
Then the water part of it is gonna soak right through the bottom and leak out the bottom straight through whatever clothes.
I'll tell you what too, like at the point that occurs as well, if you have like, I don't know, let's say access to your girlfriend's purse.
Okay.
Right? If you could grab the purse, right?
I would rather vomit all over myself, thank you.
Right?
Makeup is expensive.
If you can contain into anything nearby or reinforce, right? So let's say you're stuck with the shirt and then you're like, all right, now the movement begins. We're stuck where we are. What can I do, right? Is there anything around, such as this purse, that you can hold underneath to create a vacuum?
This is such
no purse?
Astonishingly bad idea.
Perhaps a shoe.
Shoes are bad. I knew somebody who vomited in someone's shoes once. It was bad because it was their shoes.
Did they deliberately aim at their shoes?
No. They just needed to get away and vomit and ended up grabbing a random pair of shoes at a party and vomiting into those shoes, only to post-vomiting discover they had actually picked up their pair of shoes.
Well, that's justice then. That's fair.
It sure is.
That's good karma. I would hope I would grab my own pair of shoes.
Nah, somebody else's.
Could you imagine if someone did that to you?
Yeah.
How would you not just die from anger?
Well, I would laugh first because that's fucking crazy. And then I would walk home with no shoes. I would not even attempt to retrieve the shoes.
Yeah, sure. I my point is I'm not putting that on
For
anybody.
me, it would be like, this is what I get for going outside.
I'm not putting that on anybody. I'm grabbing my own shoe. You can replace.
But you'll throw up in your girlfriend's purse.
Well, I mean, sure, I don't have a purse.
So if you had showed up to the party with no shoes, then it would have been fine to throw up in other people's shoes because you don't have shoes.
No. I'm saying in the situation where you're sitting in a church,
I can't.
And the wedding is happening, and the difference is the purse or the floor.
Why don't you just throw up in the manger? Or whatever.
Like, if you can throw up in anything that can be picked up and removed from the room, that's way better than fucking up the whole wedding.
Wooly, I want you to run this story by Steph afterwards and see what she thinks of you throwing up in her purse.
Will do.
I think she'll be like, no, you puke all over yourself.
I mean, or whatever. Replace everything in the purse. That's fine.
No,
this
is that fancy blush that only was sold under a full
Yeah, we get
moon.
more. Who cares?
It's easy for you to say that, Wooly. It's easy for you to say that.
She doesn't use that much makeup anyway.
Sure, I know, but whatever.
Whatever.
It's a sacred spot.
It's replaceable. The difference.
You'll die.
The container to remove from the room, the safe containment versus the smell and the ruining of that moment.
So here's the thing that kind of strikes me.
How does that not
this
make sense?
This is the thing that kind of strikes me about this, and it might be just me. But you keep mentioning the smell. Vomit has a smell?
Oh, fuck. Well, here we go. Here we go, then. The worst part of vomit is the smell.
Because I don't think I've ever smelled it.
Well, this is now where the layer of the conversation goes somewhere else entirely. When vomit goes somewhere in a room, that room is gone. It is a fucking bomb. It is a grenade of ugh.
So I'm going to point out
the smell is what makes other people vomit.
I thought it was the view of other people vomiting.
You smell it. It hits you, and that scent, remember, memory is tied strongest to smell.
Yeah.
That smell, that's what brings you back.
So here's the thing, though. I have people people that are confused, and you should know this.
Yeah, you have a terrible sense of smell.
Fucking terrible sense of smell.
Well, now we're operating.
Astonishing.
So now we're operating with different
smell
parameters because the sense of urgency for you is just the visual.
Well, I know then the mass
and the horror,
yeah.
Right? But what you're not factoring in is you can't stand in that room to have the rest of the ceremony anymore.
Yeah, but Wooly, by that token, once it's out of your body, once it's exited your body in the vicinity, the smell's still there.
It's going to be there, but it's not anywhere near as strong if it doesn't hit the ground and rise, right? You know the whole flush toilet thing?
Yeah.
Right. It's like that, where it's the difference between closing the lid, flushing the toilet, versus having it out in the open and like taking that process for the janitor to come down and the whole thing to start. It's in the air at that point.
I don't know, man.
The containment is a huge factor in mitigating the smell.
I want to say that your mentality on this is noble, but I don't think it would be as effective as you think it would be.
Because the actual scent, like, spreading to the room, even after you get someone to come in and wipe it down with all the chemicals and whatever.
Well, then you got chemical smell. Which is great.
On top of barf smell.
Nah, chemical smell kills it.
Nah, man. Nah, dude. You're not.
I have.
If you don't know what the smell of vomit is, you don't know how bad this gets.
I fucking have an astonishingly fucking terrible sense of smell.
It's very bad, and the risk of other people barfing is not zero.
Yeah, well, I mean, okay. So here's the question. Here's my question for you, Wooly. about how you're going to feel. Let's say you're going to throw up, right? And you pull your shirt out and you start vomiting into your shirt, right? Okay, so you've succeeded. And then you look up to see that upon watching and smelling you, someone else has just vomited all over the floor.
Yeah.
Thereby completely negating any possible...
You did your best. The world didn't work out the way you hoped.
But here's my question.
Yeah.
Do you just then drop your hands and let it hit the floor?
Probably.
And just go, fuck it.
Probably. At that point. You know?
I tried.
Like, you really did your best. And
someone else didn't.
Someone else didn't, and now it's all the same thing, right? Because once it's off, it's off.
Yeah.
It is. How do I describe it? It's a putrid smelling of sickness.
Yeah.
Right. And it's not like butts and poop smell like whatever. They
like
smell
sulfur.
Like bad, you know. And
specifically, it smells like sulfur.
Sure, yeah. And piss smells like like
urea.
Yeah, the ammonia.
Yeah, ammonia. That's it.
Right, and barf is coming in with like the flavor of every time you've ever been sick.
Yeah,
that little like thing that you get inside your throat, inside your nose, the taste, the little just. Ugh.
All those bad burps that hit the back of your throat,
and you're like, that wasn't normal.
That was too much. There was
something else
there.
Came up there,
yeah.
Right? The acidity
is by far the worst.
You can smell the acidity.
Yeah,
and it gets you, and it just stays. It's so bad. It's so bad that I'm like, don't let that happen. You know, that's a ruiner. That's a pure ruiner. And yeah, if you're in a place where it doesn't fucking matter anyway, if you're at a party, then
just throw up on some person's floor.
And also, if you're at a party, again, we're talking about alcohol, right?
Yeah.
But if it's a like sick food barf,
I have a follow-up question here, and this is just my own curiosity as to your opinion. You're at a party, and the party's, let's say, the 10th floor. Okay, you're not gonna make it to the bathroom. Which is more socially acceptable? The floor or off the balcony?
Oh, Jesus. Okay, hold on a second.
Because there's a dice roll.
Okay, hold on a second. Front balcony?
Balcony that would overlook a pedestrian area.
Not alleyway.
Not alleyway.
Because I'll hit an alleyway in a heartbeat.
You'll hit a balcony alleyway?
I'll lean out a window into an alleyway in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Front?
Yeah. Street?
No, I can't.
Okay, what if the party's in a place that's really high up, so you know they won't be able to like get to you? Like it's like, you know,
that's not the point.
Isn't it?
For me,
isn't it?
No, I can't do it. I can't do that. That's fucked.
See, here's the thing. I would want to do it, but I wouldn't be able to do it.
Couldn't do it.
Because there's like, what if I buked out there and like, it was like a punch of vomit to like an old lady walking her dog or something.
Yeah. Certain heights, that is lethal.
That's not true. That was a lie.
What if What if it's
that,
off the top of the Burj Khalifa? Then what?
It would probably not hit the ground in any discernible...
And what if it freezes in midair?
No, it would probably get blown about so much that there'd just be a light mist that hits like a very large area.
Yeah, probably.
Because it's so high up that the winds and stuff, and you know what? If you puked out the window of the Burj Khalifa, you would probably just have it blown right back in your face.
But if anything was solid coming up, that's still a risk.
Nah, birds will get it before it hits the ground.
Nah,
birds love
that solid thing, and let's say that starts to harden and freeze up.
Yeah.
Now what?
Yeah.
Now you have a projectile on your hands, and that wind blows it, and that piece of whatever is now solid.
And you know the friction chipped it off, so now it's a spike.
And that's a death. That's a potential death on your hands. I don't know, man. I don't know. In the party is rough.
Yeah.
But out the window onto people living their lives.
But it's possible that...
How about this? Compromise.
Do you remember...
Compromise.
Do you remember us walking down the street of Sherbrooke near the Vendôme Metro like 5 years ago, and a water balloon hit the ground behind us?
I will never forget it. It was not 5 years ago.
It wasn't?
It was a much longer time ago.
Way longer than that?
It was like 8 years ago.
8 years ago?
And I still talk about it to this day. To this day. To this day. I was telling somebody...
this just popped into my mind.
I was telling someone about that this weekend.
Yeah.
Because we were talking about how horrible Toronto gets, and my friend was and my friend told me about how he got egged.
Yeah.
He just got egged walking around Toronto
for no reason.
And I brought up the fact that one time walking around, just a water balloon,
regular water balloon. Filled with water, blue balloon.
Was it water?
Yeah, it was.
The liquid was dark.
It looked like water.
It was low evening, so it was hard to identify.
Sunsetty.
But it looked like it hit the sidewalk, and the sidewalk looked darker than it would if it were just water. And I remember being like, "What's up with that?" And looking around.
I was walking in the back, so it almost hit me. But, like, I still had, like, a foot of clearance. But, like, almost. And then the most confusing thing is that we all stopped, looked at that, and then started scanning
the skies.
All the rooftops.
Yep.
No viable rooftops.
Nothing. Include the one right next to us was an abandoned building. Like, there was no window you could have leaned out of. Everything was closed. I think, because it fell from the sky. It definitely did not come from a car or anything like that, right? I think it's a fucking mystery, but I suspect that somebody had a crazy ass slingshot.
Oh, and was just doing it,
and from a pretty crazy distance away,
a block or two over, some
just
shit.
slingshotted something in a random direction.
Yeah,
right. Because it came down on it was so weird, and it couldn't have been any buildings near us.
It's right next to the overpass, too, so there were no high buildings in that area.
I'll never forget.
It was the weirdest fucking thing.
And you're like, fucking cowards, come at me, right?
There were no cowards.
But there was none to be seen.
It was very clear that no one was around us to have launched it.
No Snickers, no closing windows, no...
Yeah, if it was dumbass kids on the roof next to us... Right? They had somehow climbed up onto the roof of the abandoned building. You would hear laughing, for sure.
They would at least stick their head out enough to see the impact.
Yeah, nothing.
Right? Because no one throws it and stops looking.
And see, did it hit someone? I don't know.
Why would you go through the exercise to not see the fruits of your labor?
Yeah.
So that makes no sense. I'm thinking it was a crazy-ass slingshot that fucking came from, like, across a street.
Yeah.
Or something wild. That's the only theory.
It's the only way that makes sense.
Can't imagine anything else.
I think about that like every couple weeks.
Oh yeah. It stays with me.
It's a proper fucking unsolved mystery.
Stays with me. And you have to think about what kind of slingshot they would need for that. Because the slingshot theory I only started circulating a couple years ago.
You can throw those a couple 100 yards, man.
Well, I've seen that's the thing. You see those videos of like the person that like gets the fucking goalposts and just pulls a thing back and lets it rock, and you're like, that's travel. So someone with one of those or any kind of like verticality to it, yeah,
because it would have had to clear the nearby buildings.
Yeah, that's my theory on it.
That's a pretty decent working theory.
I've spent way too much of my life thinking about that moment and what could have happened there. Like, real talk, it stuck with me fucking hard. And the fact that the liquid was so dark. If it was just water, that'd be one thing, but the liquid was dark. I've had water balloon fights. I've had fucking, we like at church we had a couple of those, and like improvised water balloon fights.
Okay, yeah,
right, plastic bag in it.
But you have to whip somebody super hard with that.
Yeah. Well, what you do. I remember I was teaching my brother about this, but you put the water in the bag, and then you like tie it like real tight with the air like in like a so it's a nice, and then you whip it and then it pops on somebody and then it like spreads. So it's almost like a mace.
Yeah,
it's like a water mace or a water flail.
That sounds way more brutal than a water balloon.
I mean, it's not, but if you get him in the head or something, then like guarantees
I'm
the pop.
sure I talked about this before, but did you ever know a kid that had one of those banned super soakers?
No, I saw the commercials for the giant fucking the sumo wrestler one.
Yeah,
but I don't know about like.
There was one I remember. I forget the name of it, but it was this fucking thing. Anybody who grows up at the time probably saw this thing. My friend had this. It was really long. It was like a rifle. And it was gray with the orange tip and purple like globes on the back. The SPF fucking fuck yourself. And it held a lot of water. And the way the pressure worked, I don't remember, but it would hit you and it would sting and it would leave a mark. It hurt. It fucking hurt children.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure some people CPS 2000.
Was it I was gonna say the 5000.
Yeah. It was the CPS 2000. Let me just make sure.
The sumo one. The commercial was a kid pumping it up and holding back a sumo wrestler, and you saw the dent on his skin as the water was spraying into him.
Yeah, it was definitely the CPS 2000. And if I remember correctly, but I might not, there was a fucking one that came out after that was advertised as being twice as strong. That did not last.
The eye remover?
Well, because do you remember the way Super Soaker manufactured their shit back in the day? Every single one that came out, the commercial said that it was twice as strong as the one before.
Yeah.
It was an exponential power increase on
the CPS line, because the Super Soakers were always better than normal water guns because they used air pressure.
Yeah.
Whereas normal water guns just fucking jizzed out some stupid fucking flops.
Yeah.
And the CPS line, like, you got to compress those pumps, right? So it was more than just air pressure. It was like, it was pressure, but like it really, you get that, and you'd hear how
much the water didn't want
to leave
in there.
And I remember when you'd empty out your container in the transparent ones, you could still see the mist forming on the edge of the glass, or not the glass, of the plastic, because like it was compressing the air so fucking tight, you know?
Okay, so my friend did not have the 2000. He must have had the 1000 or something like that. Because the 1000 hurt like shit, and then the 2000 came out and was labeled as twice as powerful, and it didn't last.
Yeah.
It was taken off the market because if you got hit in the eye, you would go blind.
You're gone. Yeah, absolutely. And it was all about distance. Was at first
bullshit.
At first
was about distance.
At first, it was about distance because the Super Soakers would be able to aim accurately from really far away, and then it just became that power, the impact. You know, and it was a very clear transition, especially by the time the CPS line came out, because
it's fucking you were firing at these from 1 foot away.
I mean, like the first fucking Super Soakers were just way better than average water guns.
Yeah,
way better. And average water guns would be garbage by the time you got to the last couple shots.
Yeah, terrible,
flaccid, you know. But these were long and strong, and you fucking kept them going.
Just hurt your children with this shit.
Yeah, man. And it doesn't even take like you're gonna get hit in the eye.
Yeah, for sure.
Random spray shots are gonna get you. A normal water gun in the eye, you go, fuck.
I got water in my eye.
You know, it's not great. Yeah. Those things were intense.
It's an era that will never come again, which is the era of like laughably dangerous children's products.
Well,
like I don't think any fucking. Did you ever know a kid whose dad had lawn darts?
No.
The most lethal object to ever exist.
We've also lived beyond the era of home uranium mercury kits.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
To be honest, we'll never know how bad it could possibly get. literally home nuclear fucking kit to learn how nuclear energy works.
Oops.
Here's your own little bit of enriched uranium.
Oops.
Please enjoy.
I will.
You know. Yeah. So
hey, listen, we've been able to talk about all this crap for 52 minutes and neither of us have vomited or shit our pants.
the topic started as a warning you were going to long-windedly get to.
Yeah.
Which was that we might get up and go use the bathroom.
Yeah, we might.
But I'm 3 days.
I'm not long. Yeah.
I'm 3 days past it now. So, like, it's on its tail end.
It's the dregs or whatever.
But it's still, like, yeah. So the pain is mostly gone. The nausea's mostly gone. Like, Tylenols keep the headaches fine for a few hours. But, like, my body is not yet done drying itself out,
so to speak. Yeah.
You know.
Well, I'll get better soon, buddy.
Yeah, you need your fluid. You
know why you need your fluid? If anybody at home,
electrolytes too,
who fucking would throw up and you would get frustrated with your mom or dad being like, drink water, and you're like, no, the water will make me throw up. You want to have something to throw up. The dry retch is the worst human experience that exists.
It's pretty painful. You can feel your insides twisting and contorting.
It's so bad.
It's not great. Tell you what I did though. When that bad food hit.
Yeah.
Well, I couldn't do anything at the moment, but the next morning, went right to Walmart. Found out that they do sell activated charcoal pills.
Oh, does it help?
Charcoal is really good. It depends on the type of. So I've talked about drinking charcoal before.
Yeah.
To which everyone
was like, "What?" And then I discovered it was a totally real thing.
Yes, and so depends on whether it's a bacterial or like viral type infection.
Bacterial helps, I assume.
Because it kills the living.
The virus, nothing's gonna help you.
Kills the living,
yeah.
Right? In that way. So, it usually, if you can get to it pretty quickly, it'll do a good job of like stopping that irritation right almost immediately. It's really, really fast.
Well, that's
working.
lucky.
And again, the story I told before was about how I called my mom insane with her dumb home remedy of like, not even home remedy over with her, like, because it's just one of, I'm like, is this one of these like ridiculous like church story remedy things you're gonna bring? And it's like, nah, it fucking worked.
Yeah, no, it's a thing. I brought it up to my mom. She's like, yeah. I'm like, oh.
Right.
It's just it's an old person thing that we.
Are you gonna use the word toxins when you're talking to me? You know. But then it turns out that not only does it works extremely well, and then once it does that, the garbage is still in your body, and then it's just got to spend the rest of its time getting out.
Yeah.
But you can get rid of a lot of that pain right off the bat. So I went and grabbed some of those in addition to like a bunch of other fucking.
Did you grab any crystals?
I didn't grab any crystals. No magnets. Didn't catch any of that at the pharmaceutical section.
Do you believe they fucking sell those magnetic wristbands at like Pharmaprix?
Yes.
Oh, that's bullshit.
They also sell water that had been sitting in medicine.
Oh.
That has the memory.
The memory of being medicine.
Anyway, it'll never be, at least with the pills, it goes into your system and then does its thing. Like the idea of mixing it into water and drinking is just too weird for most people because it makes your teeth look black, your tongue is black, and
it's a whole thing.
It's a whole thing. But fuck me if it doesn't save your life.
Also, you can't shake the idea of like, I'm eating dirt.
Yeah, but it has no flavor. It doesn't taste like anything, right? Water tastes like water, but like you will chug it the next time you're in pain with how fast it kicks in.
Mm-hmm.
You know, don't knock the charcoal. But yeah, we did not talk about our weeks, so I guess we can do that.
I mean, a good portion of your week has actually been being violently ill.
It was not as violent as it could have been, but
well, I mean, hey, small miracles, right?
Yeah.
What'd I do with my week? I putzed around. I played some video games. I I don't have much to say about League this week other than it finally gave me an experience I have maybe I'm a masochist or an idiot, but I remember the golden age of Xbox Live where some dude
have the toxins finally kicked in,
high as shit and had his baby crying in the background call me every name under the sun and be a bad teammate as I just giggle at how stupid he is.
Have you hit Blighttown?
Oh boy. Oh boy. You know, it's not as toxic as I expected.
At first you were saying you expected a lot, and then
I was expecting
you said you didn't encounter any.
I didn't encounter much because it is a process. It's a so one, they did clean up the game a little bit by default the other team is muted. You have to turn that off. So that saves you a little bit. And now at the end
that means you're looking for it.
Yeah, you turn that off so you can see it. And then, you know, at the end of the game, there's only 3 commendations you can give to your team. Good shot calling, good leadership, stayed cool under pressure, or really friendly, GG. Like, that's it's all positive shit.
Can you not vote?
You cannot vote.
Right.
Which sometimes you do because, wow, everyone in this match was an asshole.
Mm-hmm.
And they have a report function that is it's like, were they AFK? Were they feeding? Were they
feeding?
Feeding it, so you gain experience every time you die to an enemy. Sorry, they gain experience every time you die.
Oh, they were giving the enemy.
So the worst thing you can do when you're like, fuck this game, is just walk your ass into death every time, over and over and over, which makes the guy unstoppably stronger, and then you lose.
Okay.
It's a form of AFK griefing that's active. It's weird.
Yeah, just
walk to your doom.
So as opposed to just quitting the game.
It would be easier to win the game if you left.
Mm-hmm.
This is making sure your team is going to win.
Right.
Is going to lose.
Lose, yeah.
So it's all positive. But then the other thing is like, okay, so you know, you level up in these games and they have the hidden matchmaking things. So you only really start getting into real players a couple dozen matches in. And a couple dozen matches in, all of a sudden, it was one night to the next. All of a sudden just, oh, you're so mad. Oh, you're so mad.
Wait, do people seriously threaten mid or feed?
Yes.
Is that a thing?
So, Wooly,
if you don't let me
Wooly,
go
I'm going to pull up
I'm going to feed you.
Wooly, I'm going to pull up a screenshot off my Twitter. Okay.
What a dickish thing to say.
Oh, it's unbelievable. So when you sign up for your ranked match, right? It's not, you know, you're signing up. Ideally, you pick 2 roles that you'd like to play, right? There's top, middle, bottom, and then support and jungle. And when you load into your draft match, your ranked match, it will assign you the role. It will say you've been assigned the top lane. You've been assigned the whatever, right? Right away, arguments of, fuck, I don't want to play top. The game made me play top. I don't want to. Does anyone want to switch? No, because everyone else got what they wanted. They're like, I don't want to play top. And then it takes like 3-4 minutes of everyone to get their loadouts and choose their things. And then it counts down. Boop, boop, boop. Matchmaking has been canceled because another player left the game. You get that like a couple times a night for sure. Right? But then my favorite is people who, they're like, I'm going to play this role. I don't care what the game tells me I'm going to play or what everyone else is going to play. I'm going to play the role I want, which leads to situations such as the one.
Yeah, I think I saw it.
You saw that one?
Yeah. I'm
of
mid.
A guy loading in going,
I'm mid.
What the fuck are you doing, Pat? I'm jungle. I go, no, you're not. I'm jungle. And then he leaves the game like that, which incurs a huge matchmaking penalty. Like a really, really long, like, you can't play the game, and guarantees a loss for everybody, right? But my favorite by far, is the other team shit. These games are long. They're 25 to 45 minutes long and can have turnarounds. And the shit talk starts at the 26-minute mark, and it will continue all the way up until that person loses. And then in the post-match screen, you get gems like, well, we only lost because you scored more. You guys suck. And it's like just pure.
Oh, post-match has. Oh wait, no, you turned off the.
No, post-match always has a chat room.
The group chat.
Always.
Okay.
So people's salt can fucking go, and it is fucking incredible to watch the person shit talking for almost an hour suddenly retreat into, you guys are trash. It's my favorite form of scrub quote, which is, you are trash and bad at this game, in brackets, guy who lost.
Yeah.
And I almost never got angry Xbox Live messages back in the Street Fighter 4 days.
Really?
Yeah. And I won some matches, and sometimes, I
wonder why that is.
I don't know. My memories of toxic behavior are all really old. They're all like a fucking Day of Defeat and Counter-Strike, and like 1998, 1999, 2000.
I don't know how deep you got into them trenches, but I feel like you get more the further you get in before you hit like I don't know, whatever you would call like a legit player level, quote unquote.
Silver.
Yeah, well, it keeps moving.
Yeah.
Right? So whatever that is when it starts is going to be different after a different point in time. It keeps moving. But there's always a magic sweet spot where you're past the herd and it started to thin out, and you're into the players who get the game and people who have enough ego to think that they should be winning all the time.
Yeah.
And that's where those messages come.
And I played Modern Warfare. I played fucking Battlefield on console on the Xbox, and more often than not, I didn't get toxic shit. I got annoying people. I got like little kid, just being annoying, or a guy playing his music too loud.
So you can't pick your role unless you switch with someone else.
Yeah, if you say, because what happens is sometimes.
But you can do a matchmaking preference.
You do a matchmaking preference, but it's not guaranteed because the desires of the.
If everybody wants the same thing,
right? So what you can do is you can load in and go, hey, I'm not very good as top. Does anyone want to go top? And say the guy who's playing mid goes, I could go top.
Yeah.
Right. And that happens sometimes. Some people say, hey, I have never played this role ever. Can someone please God switch with me? And then they'll switch.
So when I imagine a version of a game, a MOBA in my head, there's 3 lanes.
Yeah.
And there's a middle one that is different from the other 2.
Yeah.
But aren't the other 2 like a left and right, or is there really a difference between top and bottom?
The basic deal is that it's the MOBA map is a diamond, more or less. And the reason why the mid lane is so preferable is because all the really high damage characters get to go live in the mid lane. Yeah,
but why would left or right / top or bottom be?
Because they're longer.
Different from each other.
Oh, different from each other? Well, the top and bottom one are about like 50% longer than the middle one.
Sure.
The difference between the top and bottom one is that the top one is next to this objective, which is the Baron, and the bottom one is next to a different objective called the Dragon.
Oh, okay, just different gameplay objectives.
Those come into play at different minute marks.
Okay.
So one of the things is that the usual game plan is that 2 people go on the bottom, because the dragon spawns in at like 5 minutes, like super, super early, and it gives you a huge team-wide buff for the whole game if you kill it. So it's important that your team gets it. So you usually have 2v2 down there and 1v1 up top and 1v1 in the middle, and then one guy roaming around. So you get these weird dynamics where, hey, I want to play a support. Well, supports are supposed to go bottom to support the bottom lane ADC character.
ADC.
Oh my god, it's the worst term ever. Out of all the MOBA terms I've ever heard, ADC is the worst term ever, and it's so bad that they're trying to get rid of it. Like the game is trying to kill the term. It stands for attack damage carry, and it's insanely old. And attack damage means the guys that mostly do damage with auto attacks. And it's called a carry because they used to be, or at least to a degree are, they would scale infinitely over the course of the match. So if your attack damage carry got really good, then by the end they can just solo the whole other team. They're going to win. They're going to carry for you.
Are you describing DPS?
Kind of. But the mid is also DPS.
So, okay.
Tanks are usually top. Yeah. Oh yeah, dude. The terminology is a different language. It's fucking crazy. But you go support, and it is kind of fascinating how, regardless of game, if there is a character that is a support or healer in a game, they are on the bottom of everyone's shoes in the general consensus. Why'd I die? Support's fault. How come we didn't get that? Support's fault. How come we lost the game? Support's fault. And it's astonishing,
because every failure could have been prevented if you healed me,
or moved me out of the way, or cleansed my stun, or what.
Yeah.
And
it's not. Yeah. And if you're if you're like Zarya, for example, you still eat that grief.
And the funniest thing is that I played a bunch of matches as support and a couple in the bottom, and what I discovered is that the vast majority of support players are way better than the characters they're explicitly teamed with, who they're supposed to save and protect and all that.
There was that comic of the Mercy, where it's where I think it was something along the lines of how other players see the healers, and it's like heal slut.
Yeah, all
where
that
it's just
shit.
flying around yes, here, whatever you need, and then according to the healer's point of view, it's just
they're smoking.
Jesus fucking Christ, I
hate you people.
Zap, zap. How about you not fucking zap? Keep dying, you fuck zap.
Yeah.
You know.
It's cool to me to see that these awful parts of the way games work are totally universal. All you need is the roles.
Yeah.
And it's the same as it would be in 14 or Destiny or any other game I've played, is that certain archetypes will attract certain types of players. In the vast majority of my games, the guy who goes top lane is chill and will not shit talk anyone. The guy in mid, way more likely to be a piece of shit. The guy going bottom, almost guaranteed to be a piece of shit. It's crazy. And it's so fucking funny, because most of the grief that I've gotten is from your team. I had a guy scream at me for an entire 45-minute match because I stole a kill from him in a team game.
So I suspect, based on your description, right? I have a theory. What if what you're seeing is, remember how we talk about you got a team to blame, right?
Yeah.
So what you're seeing is the moment a rage quit would happen, except there's no rage quit happening.
Rage quits don't happen.
So what you're seeing is the forced continued interface.
Yeah, it's fucking fascinating.
With someone who would have already ego checked out.
It's so the matchmaking penalty for quitting is bad. It's aggressive. So no one quits games. And because it's dedicated server and everyone's there's no confusion as it would be in a purely versus game. So you have people that hate you.
Yeah.
That hate you.
Yeah.
Being forced to keep playing a losing game.
Yeah.
That's gonna make people fucking mad.
Oh yeah. And exactly. And the point at which all chill was lost, if it were a different type of game, they could have just exited.
So there's two.
But that's gone now.
That's the craziest part. There's two. There's the moment chill would have been lost regardless, right? And then there's the second part. because at the 15 to 20 minute mark, you're able to type in /surrender. And before 20 minutes, it needs to be unanimous. And after 20 minutes, it has to be a majority. But if that one guy who's real mad is the only one who wants to surrender the game, he's now stuck in the game for another 20 minutes. And that's when the second possible chill is like decimated. And that's when they go really crazy and start screaming about how we're wasting their time and how it's going to be a loss. And that's when they feed. Because they're just trying to make the game end faster. And
what's the penalty for reporting somebody for feeding?
If you get enough reports for the same behavior in a row, you get a ban, and the ban can be temporary or permanent. What this creates, however, so League of Legends is a free game, right?
Yep.
And bans are handed out regularly for toxic behavior and all this stuff.
Make a new account.
But what this means is that first ranking, that first tier, is filled with all the banned assholes who got new accounts. Mm-hmm. And it is just like this fucking miasmic pool, and that's the new player experience. It's the new player experience.
So when you said you didn't run into anyone toxic the first little while,
because then I was playing with brand new players, and once I got good enough to win a couple games, I was being matched with people who were of a similar skill level or whatever, but who had played the game and gotten banned maybe.
Interesting.
So the game records all sorts of shit. It records your 8 p.m. It records all these secret stats, and tries to detect Smurfs and will just push them up. But you hit that moment before you get to rank play, because you got to go 1 to 30 before you're even allowed to play ranked. And once you get close, from that 20 to 30, that in between right before you hit ranked, that's when the scum starts to come out. And it's scum. It is scum. And I love it.
Have you had any matches where somebody was in that tilt and then tried to surrender, but then you won?
Yes.
What happens?
They leave the instant the match is over. Like, you go to the match complete screen and they're already gone.
Nothing to say.
Nothing to say. And it's like, fuck you. You give everybody the commendations, and then you hit that report person, and there's reporting for verbal abuse, negative attitude, griefing, AFK, cheating, etc.
Ever get an apology?
Nope. Never. Never. And it's like the system works because if you're a real asshole, you get to the end and every member of your teammate will report you. Mm-hmm. And I assume that when the moderation thing comes out and comes, every person in this game reported this person for being an asshole.
Yep.
They go look at it and they go, oh, what a fucking... I have been called every name under the sun at this point. All of them. Including the non-applicable racial ones.
Can you queue ranked with friends?
Totally, and it's a terrible idea. It's a terrible idea. The matchmaking system in these team games has a problem that does not exist in solo games, and that is, hey, I'm gonna queue up for ranked or whatever, boop, right? And then it's like, all right, I got queued up with people approximately close to my matchmaking skill, right? Hey, I'll play with my buddy Justin. Okay, he hasn't played in a couple years, but he used to play a lot. All right, we're gonna get ranked up with ideally another party of 2 and some randoms. It's a little uneven, but okay. I'm gonna play with 3 of my friends that stopped playing League of Legends 5 years ago.
Okay, well,
guess what happens? You're getting matched up against essentially pros with tens of thousands of matches that never stop.
I'm not throwing a condition on who your friends are. I'm just saying, in general, you don't have to solo queue.
You don't have to solo queue.
Good.
In ranked, you can solo, and I think you can duo, and I think there's a new thing they're doing where you can do a team of 5, and it's like a tournament.
Because solo queuing in Overwatch was just cancer.
Yeah.
And
yeah, you know what? You know.
Yeah.
You know the feeling.
I played Apex.
Yeah.
I know the deal.
Oh my god, Apex.
Yeah, I know the deal.
Apex is so...
So it's go get your friends or don't.
Apex is so good, but it's so bad. Like...
And by don't, I mean don't play.
Yeah, don't.
Go get your friends or don't play.
League totally hits that point because the longer you play and the higher you go, the longer the matchmaking time becomes. So, yeah, I was talking...
The longer you play and the higher you go, the longer the matchmaking becomes because there's less people.
There's less people that are that good.
Yeah.
So once you hit Diamond, people are telling me that the Diamond's the top. 45-minute queue time for a 45-minute match. But it means that if you get into that game and somebody starts to feed because fuck you, that's the worst.
You have to wait, stop. League of Legends.
That's not true? Okay.
One of the most popular things ever.
I'm wrong.
That's insane. That's
what
crazy.
I was told. I was told that once you get up to like Diamond or Challenger, you can get long queue times.
That's insane. I'm like, what?
Plat 2 is like 5 minutes. Okay, well, fuck me then.
Okay, fine. I'll take that. Like people are sitting on a loading screen for an hour to get a game out. I'm
gonna go blame that one guy that told me that.
Wonderful. Like this is not Min trying to get all the trophies in Senko no Ronde.
Well, I don't want to talk about how Min plays games. That's not a human being way to play games. He's not normal when he plays the games.
It's a very unique perspective.
Oh, that's a good way to phrase it.
And I'm open to the hearing about the experience that he has going into games because he's looking for oftentimes the complete opposite of what I'm looking for. And even in games where it is not about like the grind, he'll find a grind. He will find a grind. Find a grind. Yeah. And I'm running away from the grind when it's the grind is a bad way to describe it. I'm looking for the whatever, you know me. It's the same shit every time.
You're looking for fun.
No, but like I'm down with a grind where the elements coming at me change because I have to adapt. I'm not down with a grind where it's the same element.
Yeah.
That makes whatever. You know, we've had this discussion.
Yeah, but that's playing the game versus the grind.
Yeah.
Like the grind is necessitated by its repetition.
Right. I'm not going to kill a slime in the grass to hit level 99. I will kill 99 slimes of different colors in the grass if each one comes at me with a different thing. Mm-hmm. I'll spend the same time. I'll learn the 99 slimes.
All I'll say is enjoy Death Stranding because you're going to grind some shit.
Well, no. I that's not a hard, fast rule.
Yeah.
I'm just describing my preferences. Obviously, we're human beings. I bend a little bit one way or the other depending on...
We're not human beings. Well, we're cartoons.
We are cartoons. But... you know, there's obviously exceptions in cases where like that game is not at all like that, but I still enjoyed it. But for the most part, as a quick summary of events, Min finds a way.
So to close out I guess this week's league, whatever. Your advice, according to Apex, I think it's the one that it stuck with me the hardest of play with your friends or don't play at all. Has actually served me really poorly with League, and it has entirely to do with my personality. When I play with my buddies were usually getting matched up against stronger players, and they kind of get bummed out, and I feel pressure to do well, so I don't let my pals down. You know, I want us to all win the game, and it's kind of a negative experience. When I play completely by myself, I don't give a fuck about these people. I don't care if we fucking lose. And if they get pissed at me, I'm giggling all the way to the end. It's hilarious. I think it might be because I'm an asshole. I have a sneaking suspicion that I get more enjoyment out of people going on tilt than the average person. And I don't have to tilt them myself either. Like, I can just coexist.
You said that ping system's in the game.
It is. It's all right. You can ping. Just click on a thing that says, "Hey, target this," or you can click on. You can say, "There are enemies missing. This area is dangerous. I'm on my way to this location," or "For fuck's sake, please help me," which is really all you need. You can also ping on your tasks on your abilities to say like, "Hey guys, my ult's gonna be up in 10 seconds," stuff like that.
Yeah.
You don't need to talk.
How often do you run into someone who's like not full on toxic crusader?
Yeah.
But but the passive aggressive aura.
No, never. Always full. No passive aggressiveness.
You don't get the person who just scoffs at like the decisions you make.
No.
Okay.
No, it's 0 to 100 right away.
Okay.
It's never like, "Hey, why are you using that? Maybe it would be better for this." It's always like, "What the fuck? Why are you feeding? Oh my god, top is so fed. We're gonna lose because top is so fed. Who went top?"
This terminology. Top is fed.
Top is fed as fuck, Wooly.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
It's stupid. It's really dumb. So let me tell you a little story that I told on my stream the other day about terms. So there's your jungler who goes and kills enemies in the brush, right? And this guy starts to yell and he goes, hey, support, hey, bot, hey, can I please get a leash? And I go, leash? Question mark? Because I don't know what that is. And he just starts pinging this spot on the map like crazy. Like crazy. And I go, okay. And I walk over, and I'm there, and the bottom guy is there, and the jungler is there, and we're all just waiting till the 1 minute 30 mark when a monster will spawn. And he goes, okay, leash. And like, I'm asking him what leash is, and he just says, no leash. Okay. So I'm playing a character that has a hook named Thresh. He has a really long range hook that pulls people out of the way. Mm-hmm. So when they start fighting, I hook the fucking guy and pull the monster like way down the corridor, right? Because I think that's what he wants me to do. And now him and the bottom start just what are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? You're ruining it. Stop it. I then take a look and go on my phone and ask people, what is leash? Because I thought leash was to grab with the hook because I'm a hook character. No, leash is to help that guy kill that mob. Why is it called leash? Couldn't find out.
Come on, there's gotta be a history.
There has to be, right?
Okay.
But I don't know what it is.
And you asked.
And they didn't want to tell me. They were just like, just do it. And it's like, fun time. And so that game was toxic the whole time as a result. Because support is feeding, support is griefing.
I have a really important question to follow up there.
Yeah.
Ping system.
Yeah.
Characters talk? Or the game talks?
No, a icon will show up and it will have text written underneath it.
When
it says I'm on my way,
yes.
Right? You do that, it'll ping a green marker and it'll say the name of your character underneath it.
Okay. When you ask for help,
it just says assist me. It literally says assist me on the map.
It doesn't say leash me.
No.
Okay.
No. If he had fucking pinged and just said assist me, I would have been able to go, okay, I'll just hit him. I'll hit him a couple times.
But he did ping.
No, he typed in chat. Leash.
But then you said he pinged a spot on the map.
Yeah, he pinged the spot, not the assist me spot, just the generic location.
He just did a ping, ping.
And I'm like, okay.
Location ping.
Yeah.
So
there easy
were,
to avoid.
There were a million
it would have been
ways.
So easy to get around.
I'm like, you could have looked at the thing.
He could have dude, when he said that, you have to wait 90 seconds for that thing to spawn. There's so much time to actually explain what the fuck you're talking about.
Because I've played a game of Apex, where I was playing with it was me solo and two people speaking Portuguese, and at a point where one of them was yelling something, they pinged.
Yeah.
And then it was like, oh, yeah, fucking hop up, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whatever. And it's like, oh, yeah, okay. Game. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Oh, no, the tools are there. The tools are there.
Cool.
There's something really special, however, about going into all chat and commiserating with the enemy team about bad players. Like, there's something really nuts because, like, you can get, like, 4 people to report you by being a real asshole, but you got to be a real special piece of shit to get 9 people in a game to report you. Like, I was in a game last night where the enemy team went, hey guys, good like a couple minutes before we finish, hey guys, good game, but can you report our support? They've sat in the back the whole game. And you hit tab and you see somebody's level and you see, yeah, sure enough, that person has not played in 35 minutes. They've just been sitting there.
So you've had the full experience at this point then.
Not quite. There's still more.
There's still more.
There's still more toxic that I can get into.
Mm-hmm.
I'm finding out new things every day.
Mm-hmm. That being said, this is much more than a toe dip at this point. Like, clearly...
Oh, the game's great.
Having fun in there.
The game's great. It's a shame Riot's so evil.
And the ability to sync hours has been provided.
Yeah, I will say there are 2 parts of this that I really wish I had known about before I started playing. And they have explicitly to do with being a content creator. If people know your name, they can go look up the history and stats of every match you've ever played.
Yeah, people have been JPEGing that shit on the Reddit.
I didn't know that until I saw that.
Everyone's following your every move.
And went, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was hanging out in my sub Discord, and a guy's like, "Man, Pat's ADC in this match is going really bad." I'm like, "I'm playing the match right now," and sure enough, there are third-party websites that will allow you to spectate any match
at any time.
At any time, it will be multiple minutes delayed because of cheating, but I'm like, "Oh, so if I play League of Legends at any time of the day, people can watch it." And then commiserate over my stats to the nth degree later. It would have been different had I known that before starting to play. But finding out about it in the middle of games is, like, creepy. Right? Like, if it said, hey, by the way, people could totally watch your matches. I'm like, okay. Shrug. They can't see your chat.
Is there,
They can't see your chat, which is important.
Yeah. Is there a streamer mode where it hides?
Nope. Streamer mode is play on a second account.
Okay.
That nobody knows about.
Make a Smurf.
Which I don't care. Because I'd like, yeah, hey guys, guess what? I lose a lot of matches. Ha ha! But it's one of those things, like, I genuinely wish it told you up front, like, hey, by the way, this shit is, like, it's not even about privacy. It's about, like, I wouldn't think people would be able to look this shit up.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, I'll go into a Discord and be people like, wow, Pat's been on a losing streak today. I'm like, Jesus Christ, that's fucking weird. Like, I'm supposed to go in there and go, hey, I lost a bunch of games today. Like, could you imagine, I don't mean to beat the dead horse on the fighting games. Could you imagine, like, if you just had the ability to put a person's name in and watch every match as it happened?
You can
as it happened
now. replay tracking, depending on your game, is a thing.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers could hit that CFN and go see how you've been doing. Yeah. But
yeah, I'm having a blast with it. I absolutely.
You sound very much in.
I have put more hours into that this week than anything else.
Now here's my question. Do you just, because you play time sync games?
I do.
I play time sync games too. But
I want you to define time sync, because time sync can mean multiple things. You can be talking about your games as a service style MMORPG kind of thing, like Destiny or Final Fantasy, but like fighting games and competitive games are time syncs of their own nature.
Yeah.
They just don't have permanent progression.
Yes. The permanent progression is in you. Yeah. So permanent progression to infinity.
Yeah.
With no end in sight is kind of the thought process that I was going for. Do you just kind of, for example, wait until something new drops in Warframe? Or let's say
the way that it used to work,
Shadowbringers gets a follow up.
The way that it works right now is that for Final Fantasy, I am always going to make sure to always have a character at cap, always have a character that's geared up, and I play with my gang of buddies every Sunday night, presumably forever, doing something in that game. But that's really primarily because I want an excuse to hang out with those people once a week. And that's the game that everybody plays. For Destiny, when I was playing Destiny and Final Fantasy, I'd play Destiny when Final Fantasy ran out of shit, and then I'd switch off to Final Fantasy when Destiny ran out of shit to do. With this, is
Warframe in there as well?
Not anymore.
Okay.
Warframe has had a really slow update cycle for a year and a half now. They're
okay, but it still amounts to wait for update.
Yeah, wait for update for now. Yeah, but also I'm not interested in the next update.
Switch to other games.
For League, it has been like that game is a weird static thing. Like it's always going to be the way it is to a certain degree. But there are so many fucking characters in this stupid game. Like Dota has the same thing where there are over 140. I still have not literally seen 2/3 of the cast once. Like the matchup shit is just it'll take me an entire night to learn how to play one character half decent, but that's not even against any particular matchup. That's right. So this fits in a nice, like, hey man, I just want to play a game for an hour or two and then boop.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that you unlock heroes. I actually haven't spent any money still because they're very generous with their unlocks.
Yeah, I imagine. I imagine you get way like not way beyond the ankle deep. You get it up to the waist before you're like, okay, now I feel like I want to spend a bit of money.
I mentioned it,
right?
too.
That's the most successful way to get people, because like at that point, look how far you've waded in.
Yeah,
you're in the swamp.
At the trick that they use is that you're not allowed to play ranked until you have 20 characters. Now, the tutorial to ranked process will get you easily 20. And there's like 14 free ones every week, and those count. So you would really only need like 6 or 7 to have. But when you get into ranked, wins and losses are going to come as a result of you knowing how every single character in the game plays. And you are not allowed to practice on characters that you don't own.
Really? There's no...
Nope. And the practice mode is relatively recent. So, hey man, I like to play Master Yi. And Master Yi, from my experience, I might be wrong because I'm just bad, gets blown up for fucking free by Nocturne, right? Well, I don't know how Nocturne fucking works. I can look it up, but that's not the same as actually doing it. Well, Nocturne's one of the free ones this week, so I'll play as him. Oh man, this is how I should buy Nocturne. And that's how it goes. The other thing that they do is every new hero that comes out is overpowered. Like, period.
Yeah, this is all, of course, very similar to fighting games. But you don't have the ability to practice?
Yeah, so there's a practice tool where you can go in with a empty map and put in training dummies, and you aren't only allowed to practice with the heroes that you own.
Okay.
or are free that week. So don't know how to get around this guy. Don't know what makes him strong. Wait till he's free on rotation. Buy him or go fuck yourself.
Or go watch videos.
It's not the same. Like, you know, it's like you learn how to defend against Guile's bullshit while never knowing what Guile feels like. It's just not the.
Most of my matchups are learned without touching.
Sure, but I guess what I mean is that like
if you asked me to play a character I didn't know how to play, if you asked me to play anybody random, like a random character in Guilty Gear, I could not do anything with them.
I guess it is the same thing as anything competitive, but it just feels stronger because attack ranges are a bigger thing, and it's just like the biggest lesson that I learn on how to deal with something is to try and do it and get annoyed that it didn't work because I'm bad, and then I go, oh, I should just do what this asshole just did to me when I'm that, you know, that kind of thing. But yeah, overall having a blast. Big fun game. Game I didn't have a blast with, but it is fantastic. It's called Pathologic 2. Have you heard about this? Fucking Mandalore and H Bomber guy have been singing his praises. This game has the weirdest difficulty selection that I've ever seen, in that you start Pathologic 2, and it was apparently added in a patch that they had difficulty options at all. And there's 3, and then there's the last one is just the hardest difficulty is just called Intended. And the text is Pathologic 2 is supposed to be an almost unbearable, miserable experience. Please trust us and pick this difficulty option. Okay. So you pick it, and it's an open world RPG kind of thing in which every single day, you have 12 days in game, and every single day is exactly 2 hours of real-time long, in which you are suffering from thirst, hunger, exhaustion, and immunity to a plague as you run around this city, and events in the city will trigger at certain times whether you are there or not, and try and fucking solve this plague bullshit. And like every aspect of the game is stressful and miserable. I don't know where to go. I'm sprinting through the streets to try and get somewhere. Now I'm fucking so thirsty, and now I'm hated because people suspect me of a murder, so they attack me in the street. So then I kill the guy that I'm harvesting his organs, and then I sell the organs to a fish guy, but then the fish guy doesn't have any lockpicks, so I got to go to the kids, but they're all the way across town. And if I go all the way across town, then the guy in the north end of town that's dying from a stab wound, I might not get there. And it's like, it's such an aggressive timer with resource and survival stuff, and it is also Russian, so the tone and the dialogue is fucking weird as shit.
So there's a repeating day cycle.
Yeah, it's 12 days
with events that,
and every day gets worse.
Majora's Mask.
No.
Way of the Samurai.
Way of the Samurai.
Okay.
Every day gets worse, and there are aspects of like, you're broke, so you desperately want to have enough money to buy a gun. So you save up all this money to buy a gun, and then you have money left over. But then the plague gets so bad the next day that nobody takes money anymore. They only take food, which you sold to get money. And then, well, you have all this medicine, but do you give it to the NPC that you like, or do you give it to yourself? And it's just like, it is a game about constantly failing at everything, and it is so fucking stressful. As I play it, I'm like, this game is so well made. It is so interesting. It is so, especially for like a weird Russian Eurojank game, it's really polished and really well made. But it is like just sweating the whole time.
That sounds interesting.
And I don't know if I'll ever be able to go play it again.
What are your meters?
Your meters are immunity from disease, sleep, food, and thirst, which is also your sprint bar, because the more you sprint, the more thirsty you get. And I'm like, oh, why is thirst even a meter? It's so easy. And then it's like, well, later in the game, water sources become tainted, so it's not that easy. And like the I did a stream of it, which was 2 hours, and it was really short because it was a disaster. Like I was doing everything wrong. I operated on this guy. I almost took his heart out by accident. Like just it is built to fuck with people like me. Like people who want to make all the numbers even and complete things and go things in order. Like it is built to fuck with you.
So to make it to the end is a rare end.
I don't know about that because you can't permanently die or fail. You die, and then you're allowed to come back to life, and they will cripple one of your stats permanently. It has a death penalty.
Okay.
And every time you die and screw up, it will fuck you harder.
Wow. Okay. But like that 12 days you're describing, when they end, there is an end.
It ends. Well, I don't know. I haven't beaten it, but the game is exactly 24 hours long.
But will you? What I mean is like when you die, you respawn from where you were with that penalty.
Yeah.
But like until you reach the end of that 12 days.
Yeah, it won't end.
Yeah. Okay.
And like, I was so exhausted at the beginning of the game that I had to go to sleep, and I slept for 6 hours, and then I had a vision going, stop sleeping, you're going to miss important plot events and screw the game up. I'm like, okay. And I woke up, and I was still exhausted, but it's like, fucking...
Yeah.
It's such a fucking radical game that I think I hate.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if it's definitely one of those like, oh, you're not gonna figure this out until the nth run,
yeah.
Then sure.
Like the developer's intention is that the game is miserable and almost unbearable to play, and they completely succeeded that.
I mean, it almost like because like it's almost like a roguelike-ish or Binding of Isaac type thing where you're like making it to the end is like rare and special,
but it's not, because you'll just make it to the end and everything will have gone to shit, but everything's gonna go to shit. But it's I only played 2-3 hours of it.
Well, whatever the accomplishment that you're supposed to uncover /
and it's extra weird because the game starts in the final like 10 minutes of the final day, in which the town is on fire and everyone's getting shot by soldiers and the plague is everywhere and everyone is dead. And they go, you want a do-over? You're like, yes, I would like one do-over, please. And it's got this weird theater presentation. Like, spotlights appear on characters in world, and there's oh my god, it's so fucking weird.
I like anything that runs with that type of calendar. I'm assuming the goal is to, like, fix the timeline. I
guess. It doesn't seem possible from what I played. Like, even feeding myself was an ordeal.
Okay.
Even like fucking ridiculous.
Okay.
Yeah, Pathologic 2. It's the worst. It's the most horrible thing. It'll make you cry. Go play it. It's good.
With a K, right?
Pathologic? No K. No.
What am I thinking of? I think that's a movie. I think there's a movie that
maybe
that has that. Yeah.
But you know what else? Last week, right after the podcast, Paige and I went and saw Knives Out. You seen it?
No.
You like murder mysteries?
Yeah, and I heard unfortunately, because I never heard of this movie until someone was talking about it, and they spoiled a small twist.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah.
It's really good. It's a good murder mystery.
Yeah.
Daniel Craig does a admirable Kentucky accent.
Yeah.
Which is weird. It's weird the whole time.
I heard one thing about that, which is an unexpected thing that happens around half an hour in.
Oh, that's fine.
And then
yeah. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Not even important.
Okay.
Yeah, great murder mystery. Great. Everybody, big stars. Everybody's a big star in that movie. Like, you got Michael Shannon and Jamie Lee Curtis.
Haven't seen a trailer. Haven't seen.
Great. Perfect.
Literally nothing.
Go see it. It's good. It's a good movie. It's about murder.
Cool.
About detective shit. You ever see the old Clue movie?
No, but I've listened to you guys talk about it.
Because it's so similar to that a character remarks that this mansion's like the Clue mansion. Like, it's very overt.
Yeah, I've heard often references.
Are there knives around? Yes, guys, there are knives in the movie. There's a big knife thrown. That's it for me. If you want to find out more streams crap, check me out at twitch.tv/angriestpat. I'll be guesting on the Peach Saliva stream. We'll be watching the Game Awards on Thursday at twitch.tv/Peach Saliva.
Let's take a quick word from our sponsors.
Let's do it.
This week,
Hey, sponsors.
Super Beast is sponsored by DoorDash.
Hey, DoorDash, what's up, man? I'm kind of hungry. Could you get me some food?
Yes, they can. Yeah, it's quite simple. It's quite to the point. If you haven't heard, well, it's all about food, which, despite the conversations that were had earlier in this podcast, I like food.
Yeah. Well, you better. Because if not, then you're in trouble.
Well, it's interesting. Like the amount that my appetite goes down when I'm feeling under the weather is like 200%. It's like it goes like my appetite. It doesn't go to zero. My appetite doesn't go from 100% to zero. It goes to minus 100%. Like,
get food away from me.
Get food away from me. Which I like. Yeah, poor Steph was making something. I'm just like, ugh.
Get that out of the house.
It's like it's just like, I'm making this for you, and I'm like, ugh.
I don't want it.
Get it away. You know. But when you're not like that, when you're all famished after a long day at work, or if you're having a tough day at school, if you're stuck at the office, or if you just want a treat, then why waste your time, your precious time, going to get it?
Going to get things is for losers.
Super overrated. Terrible. Why bother? Why not just let DoorDash bring the restaurant?
Get out of this podcast.
Bring it to you wherever you are, as long as you got a door, they can dash to it.
Boo.
So they connect you to your favorite restaurants in the city. Ordering's easy. All you got to do is open the DoorDash app, order what you want to eat, and the food comes to you from over 340,000 restaurants in 3,300 cities.
But what about the Westawants?
They're there too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the Westaurant. All 50 states in Canada, door-to-door delivery from your local go-tos to your favorite national restaurants. They got all the things you're looking for. They got the Chipotles, the Wendy's, the Cheesecake Factory. They got your local mom and pops. They got whatever you're hankering for, whatever you're craving. Don't worry about dinner. Let it come to you with DoorDash. Right now, our listeners can get $5 off their first order of $15 or more when you download the DoorDash app and enter the promo code CASTLE. That's $5 off your first order when you download the DoorDash app from the App Store and enter promo code CASTLE. Don't forget, promo code CASTLE for $5 off your first order from DoorDash.
Thanks, DoorDash.
Thank you.
Boo, more like boo.
Castle Super Beast, also sponsored by Raccoon. Listen, you know what it is out there. You're trying to listen as you listen. What am I trying to say?
What the hell are you talking about?
I'm trying to talk about the sound that comes out of your headphones and the wires that get in the way. I'm trying to talk about trying to wrap around your wires in a whether it's one of them cases that you got,
or even worse,
clippers.
Let's talk about the barbarism that the guy is that doesn't have any headphones or earbuds at all, listening to his fucking phone full blast on the metro like an asshole.
Terrible, right?
Barbarism.
Subjecting other people to, I don't know, this.
Yes.
Right now.
Oh, yeah, listening to this shit full blast on a fucking public... Oh, boy.
If you're listening to this right now and this is on a speaker, like, what are you doing? What are you doing with yourself?
You're brave.
If anyone else is in earshot except the person playing this that hears my voice right now, call out the person who's playing this.
And be like, hey, turn that fucking podcast off.
Look over at them. You guys are making eye contact right now. And go like, hey, is that guy, what's he saying?
That's not okay to listen to.
Put your headphones in.
Hey, everyone.
Don't be a jerk.
While the Castle Super Beast podcast might be a fantastic podcast for everyone on this train car to listen to, it is not appropriate to listen to without headphones.
So call out the person who's playing my voice right now. Call him out. Don't kind of laugh and do it either. Don't do that half smirk look thing. Just be like, oh, hey, maybe I should. No. Firmly.
Stop that.
You're being a jerk. There you go.
All right.
Lesson learned.
How could we possibly avoid this scenario, Wooly?
By getting the Raycon's best model yet, the E25's. 6 hours of playtime, seamless Bluetooth pairing, more bass, compact design, nice noise-isolating fit. The wireless earbuds are so comfortable and perfect for on-the-go listening, taking phone calls. It is all the benefits of the future, all the benefits of wireless earbuds, and you don't have to deal with the stupid, crazy, overpriced nonsense you get from other wireless headphones. So this is, of course, Raycon, the co-founded company by Ray J and people like Snoop Dogg.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Ray J and Con.
No. Snoop Dogg knows a thing about music or two.
He does. So I've heard.
What you want to do is get yourself out of the past and into the future if you haven't. By heading on down, you go to buyraycon.com/superbeast to get 15% off your order. That's buyraycon.com/superbeast for 15% off Raycon wireless earbuds. buyraycon.com/superbeast. Thanks, Raycon.
Thank you, Raycon.
Lastly, the podcast is sponsored by Bombas.
Hey, Bombas.
Folks.
What's up, Bombas? What's up?
Your feet cold?
Right now, they're actually quite warm.
Okay. Well,
you keep your house warm.
It depends. Sometimes it's not.
I usually sweat when I leave here.
Again.
But also, the podcast is some backbreaking labor. That's how you get your sweaty pats.
Yeah, well, we're out here doing men's work.
Men's work right here.
So some real heavy lifting. See these hands?
Yeah. What can they lift? These nuts. Hello.
Or a pair of Bombas socks.
That's right. Forgot we were doing an ad read there for a second.
Keep your toesies. Keep your toesies comfortable.
It's important.
All right.
I'm wearing shitty old socks that I really should have thrown out.
I mean, what are you doing? What are you doing out there? You're walking around. You're wearing down this garbage cloth fabric.
I don't like it.
You take it off. It smells like crap. You put them in the washing machine, and then you go and grab another pair that's also still smelling like crap.
Yeah.
It's become coarse and hard because the fabric has been stepped on.
Oh, right.
To the point where it doesn't feel the same on one side of the sock as it does on the other.
Yeah, you're describing the socks I'm wearing right now.
Yeah, they're terrible.
These are 2-year-old. I can't believe they don't have holes in them, but they feel like shit.
Folks.
They're emergency socks for I'm not going to come here barefoot.
Don't do it to yourself. There's no reason for it. All right? These are not, Bombas, we're not talking about pretty soft socks. We're talking about made with the softest cotton in the world soft. Okay? Why would you deny yourself the best feeling feet? Extra cushioning, no matter where you walk, no matter what you're up to. They provide support in places you didn't even know you needed it. They got arches. Each sock is built with an arch support system. Not too tight. It's like a nice hug. And they don't even have the seam, the annoying toe seam that every sock seems to have, because Bombas is
literally looking at my toe seam right now.
It's that future tech. They figured out how you get rid of that. It's just all smooth comfort sailing right across top and bottom. No problem. No reason to stick with the annoying old terrible age of garbage on your feet. So, yeah. They even have a merino wool sock. Merino's like regular wool, but it's magic. and it's moisture wicking.
Are you telling me that there are magic wool socks?
Magic wool socks that are moisture wicking, and they never get itchy or rough, which, as we all know, regular wool can get itchy and rough. So, yeah. You want a perfect gift for yourself, for someone else?
Christmas is coming up. It's incredibly appropriate.
Socks are always on the go-to list, and instead of an empty thank you, get a genuine one with the softest, most comfortable, seamless socks on the planet. You can do that by going to bombas.com/superbeast today and get 20% off your first purchase. That's bombas.com/superbeast. bombas.com/superbeast. Thanks, Bombas.
Thanks, Bombas.
Okay.
All right, well, let me ask you a question. The shirt, that's a no-go. But what if you're able to get your shoes off and puke into your socks? Do you think socks could hold it? Because then you could throw the socks away and be free and clear.
By the time, if you have the time to get your sock into your hand,
You have time to run away.
you have time to get something
you're
else
right.
going. It's a complete nonsense.
New
scenario.
advice. If you feel nauseous, carry a plastic bag with you in your suit pocket.
Better. Well, no, that's pretty good. Yeah, sure. Right.
Plastic will not leak unless you really force the puke into it.
Yeah, certainly. Right. If you don't have a plastic bag on you, if you don't have a paper bag on you, how about leaning into that? If you know you don't have a lot coming, just open up that suit pocket. Just open up your jacket right in the suit pocket.
Okay.
And then close your suit. Get up.
No one's the wiser.
Nope.
No, just stay.
Yep. No one even heard it. They couldn't even tell.
What, Wooly, did you sneeze?
Yeah, excuse me. I
sneezed
kind
a
of
little,
went
yeah.
like, I went, and then pulled my jacket back closed, and I stood up and I said, excuse me.
Excuse me.
Excuse
And
me.
then as you, every step, there's a quiet but discernible slosh in your step.
It's not in the step. It's in the jacket. It's fine. Until you see the parents of your friends there, and they go, hey, and they give you a nice smack on the chest, give you a big pat.
And then it looks like your chest exploded.
Yes. Then the squibs
Yeah.
go off, and it's
You're
a
like,
good time.
well,
Yeah.
there was an attempt.
There was
made.
an attempt, and I don't think anyone would fault me for that.
I think they would. I think you're dramatically overestimating people's level of compassion when they get puke on them.
I think you're dramatically underestimating people's anger and horror at the stench left behind.
I mean,
after it
yeah,
hits the floor.
There's only one way to find out.
I would do everything.
We have to go to some weddings and just start puking all over the place.
I would do everything in my power, Okay.
I think people throwing up is funny. When it's not me.
If it's a projectile, you're fucked. There's
You
nothing
ever
can
known
do.
somebody? I used to know somebody when I was younger that if you talk about gross stuff,
Wow, someone's gonna skip from the beginning
and get here,
and get here. And
Yeah.
this is what's gonna happen.
you talk about, like, you start talking about gross shit, and they're like, shut up, right? And
Yeah.
you're like, really? Just the thought, just
Yeah.
literally thoughts can do it to you.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I know people like that who are just like, oh God, blood. Oh God, no, just blood. The concept of blood, no.
You know what's really weird? I'm not good with blood that's not mine. My own blood,
Yeah.
no problem.
Yeah.
I'm very used to my own blood.
But I mean, I'm sure there's stuff that gets you like that just on conversation. Like, you know exactly what that's like.
yeah, it's not like physically. Like, it'll disturb me, but it won't cause like a huh.
Yeah, but you'll start to get uneasy, and then the skin will itch.
I'll get panicky and itch.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's the
But
exact same
it doesn't
thing.
hit my stomach though.
No. But the sweat beads form and the hair stands up.
Yeah. Other people's blood, scary. Your blood, friendly.
I guess I don't care either way. Like blood is just nothing.
I
to
bleed
me.
all over myself all the time, so it's like a normal thing at this point.
Well, yeah, I don't know.
Because of my period. No, I get horrible nosebleeds all the time, so Like, at this point, like, I'll walk downstairs and Paige will be like, Pat, you're bleeding everywhere. I'm like, sure enough, so I am.
I was recently it was brought to my attention that you can go back and watch so just after Magic Johnson made his announcement.
Oh my God.
In the NBA.
Where is this fucking story going?
Back in the day.
This is
early. This is 90s. This is people are not aware, super literate and aware of the nature of HIV and AIDS. Yes. And the announcement is made, and before stepping away from the game, he played a couple
extra games
yeah, and you can see the people that are
he crush it?
Like, on the way up to the net, motherfuckers are like, I'm like, just the most space you've ever seen.
Oh my God.
Unchallenged. And Michael Magic Johnson went unchallenged at the net, right? And there was even a game where at one point, like, there was a minor cut.
Yeah.
That led to some bleeding.
Yeah.
And people, like, the fucking court just clears. Like, nope, you cannot push these people. Like, you cannot push them back onto the court, you know, like a mule refuses. Like, no, absolutely not. Gone.
It's that's a complicated thing, even with people who know better, because, like, somebody else's blood gets on me in a way that, like, say somebody coughs and a blood hits my arm, right? I know that because it's my arm, it's unlikely that anything. I'm still going to freak out. That's a human bodily fluid.
Yeah.
It's
a biohazard.
And the blood one's the scariest because all the goodest stuff lives in the blood.
Yeah, and there's definitely been a movie or 15 where one of those goes into your eye, or one of those goes into your mouth.
I always think of fucking 28 Days Later.
Yeah.
And how that is just like the most nonsensically tragic, awful thing ever.
Yeah. I'm not that person, but I am like millimeters from being that person. When you're in the bathroom and you see someone walk out of the stall and right out the door.
Yeah.
And you just, or from the urinal right out the door.
Yeah.
And you're just like, you
are a bad person.
Just like, you have to almost go out of your way to not look at the sink before hooking that right. Like, you have to,
it's not okay.
Right?
Go wash your hands.
And, like, what is the thought process? Is it just, I don't want my hands wet? Is it just like,
I don't care. That's the thought process.
Does
I have learned in my long life, because I am 40 or whatever, that every time you have to ask this question, the answer is always, I don't care. They're just like, I don't care. Fuck it.
Are you 40?
No.
Oh. Because I am seconds from yeeting a motherfucker that walks out. I don't know.
I'm 33.
Okay, well.
How do you not know that?
I barely knew my own shit, man.
Willie, we went to Sage Up at the same time. How old did you think I was in Sage Up?
I don't know. Like, a bunch of you guys were older than me.
Do you think I was that guy that kept failing
a bunch of people were older than me. A bunch of you guys were older than me. I don't know.
I'm like a year older than you.
No, but then also the late December birthday fucks up the years of school. So my school year starts before I get my thing. I don't know.
This sucks.
Don't pay attention.
I don't look 40. Shut up. I'll have less hair here.
Okay, well then don't say that.
I was making a boomer joke and now it backfired on me. Now I am a boomer.
I mean, for years you didn't look your age.
Yeah.
And now you're just catching up.
I guess.
To the point of like, oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, I can live with this.
Fucking Benjamin Button over here.
Oh. Does that mean I'll look like a really cool young person later?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Just the first half. It's the first half of Benjamin Button.
You know, that reminds me of, Wooly, the loudest I've ever yelled in my life was at my buddy Evan when somebody mentioned Benjamin Button in the Guy Concordia Metro, and he turned to me and he looked at me with a dead serious face. I was like, was that based on a true story? And I just, at the top of my lungs, just screamed, no! What are you... And then he started chuckling. And he was like, I got you. I'm like, yeah, well, you did. You did, buddy. You did. You really got me.
Yeah. That movie takes a while to get going.
Never seen it.
Never seen it?
Nah.
Takes a while to get going.
It seems fucking stupid.
It's a weird one, but hey, you know.
Does he just like morph into a sperm at the end?
Yeah, pretty much.
But is it like one sperm, or is it like does he just melt into like jizz?
No, they don't get that close.
Okay.
They don't.
Does he crawl into a sock and die as jizz?
Yeah. Well, anyway, you can always watch the first half as a reference point. Yeah.
Hey, Wooly, what you do with your week aside from being sick?
Never forget the podcast conversation. It's just, hey man, what's your favorite movie? The first half of American History X.
What? Oh. I don't remember that. That's...
What's your favorite? The second half of American History X? Anyway.
Oh.
So anyway, what did I do? I went to Adrenaline, Red Bull event.
Yes.
There was League.
Yes.
There was CS:GO.
Yep.
There was Smash Brothers.
Mm-hmm.
There were arcade machines, and
I saw you took a photo of a certain item near the Smash Brothers section.
I did. I noticed walking by a Smash setup that there was an Axe mini body spray container. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that there were 4 of them, and then upon unglazing my eyes and looking up, I noticed every setup was littered with Axe body spray. At least 4 on every single one of them. So I took a photo of it and I relayed that to the internet.
So I would like to make a public service announcement regarding Axe. Covering a bad smell with another smell does not make the original smell go.
No. I don't suppose it does.
The smell of people who have proper nightmare BO just becomes axed tinged.
The issue, of course, being that the person's solution was before leaving the house that morning.
Yeah.
If the ass remains unwashed, the axe is it's a wig on the syphilis. You know? You're not doing much. It's a band-aid on a bullet hole.
I don't want to be all like we live in a society here, but I think like the bare minimum for human conduct out the house should be to clean your body.
It is interesting watching the 2 places it goes though, because invariably there's the people who are part of the Smash scene that are just fucking tired of the joke, and then there's the actual announcements that come out that talk about TOs that are like, we might get kicked out because of the complaints from the venue. So it's like there's always the people that are in a community where that's not an issue and it's just like getting tired, and then there's the stories of real things that happen whenever a warning comes from a venue holder or from somebody that's running a co-event or something that basically goes like, this is a real problem that we have to deal with.
I'm gonna turn off the heel for a second on this conversation. I'll turn it back on in a bit. Of course, your average person, player, whatever, at any particular event is probably some normal jagoff, right? Some normal dude. But certain games tend to attract certain audiences, and Smash does cater to a really wide audience. So, of course, people who, wash themselves and are normal are like, oh, I'm so sick of this stupid shit. And on the other hand, you have people in the top-ish of the community who like throw tantrums and act like children. Not all of them, obviously. Not even a sizable proportion. But enough to create like a stigma. And then at the bottom end, yeah, you got some grody ass fucking grognards crawling out for this shit. And the TO thing is real.
There is the real thing.
There are events that have instituted rules, and it's not just Match. It's also Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon cards.
But to be honest, like, conventions are always a risk.
They are.
Certain corners of the convention hall will be riskier than others.
They will.
But
regardless of what's at the convention, there's always going to be...
And you better believe I've spent my time in pools, sometimes sitting next to an opponent who is really unaware of it.
Yeah.
And it's bad. That's happened.
There's a story that I remember telling a million years ago. I was walking downtown with a friend of mine, and she was unfamiliar with Games Workshop. And there's a Games Workshop in the Eaton Center.
Yeah.
Or at least there used to be. And she's like, oh, cool, what is that? I'm like, oh, it's like figurines for like tabletop games. She's like, cool. And she started to walk in, and I was not able to say, don't go in there fast enough. Because she crossed the threshold, and you could see her face just go...
Yeah.
And just, like... Because it's not just the smell of the people. It's also paint supplies and lacquer and all that shit. And then the worst part that made her turn the fuck tail is the room just goes like the simul turn.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. And then there's Mothman, who's cool.
Sure.
And he loves Warhammer.
Well, hold on a minute.
He does love Warhammer.
He does love Warhammer, but
you know,
anyone ever smelled Mothman?
I've never smelt Mothman.
He sounds very nice. He's got a polite British voice.
Yeah.
And he's good at healing.
Yeah.
But has anyone ever actually been in the vicinity to confirm?
I don't know. Mothman, can we get some confirmation on those? But of course, yeah. There are certain communities, particularly ones that attract certain types of people, are totally going to have this problem worse than others.
AKA our demographic.
Certain fighting game communities, I would be very likely to believe, are going to be more responsible for noise complaints. I would say the Marvel community probably be way more likely to have the cops show up because of noise.
You know where else it's rife?
Where's that?
Minecraft.
Yeah.
There's tons of complaints coming from Minecraft-based events as well.
Yeah.
There might be some sort of correlation between the age of the offender, the target age demographic of the media being consumed, and the pungency.
Yes, the pungency.
One might be able to make a direct correlation graph.
Tekken players will stab you. That's a thing. You use low kicks out in Korea.
No, KOF players will stab you.
No. No, come on.
Yeah, they will.
Yeah.
But
don't use low kicks out in Korea. It's bad. It's BM, man.
Yeah, another place you'd be surprised would be the floors of QA.
Yeah.
The floors of QA.
So, I mean, you say it would surprise you. You're talking to the audience, not to me, because I have met people that...
The thing about that, though, is that it's very easy and quick to notice that when that occurs. And because this is a business environment, it's also very easy to, like, address / it usually will result in somebody being told about it in short order.
Yeah.
But there have been times where somebody long-term or two just does not address it.
Just doesn't care?
Yeah.
I worked at a call center once that the boss literally made everyone go home early, canceled the entire shift, and told us all to go home and take a shower. Because one person was like, didn't want to single anybody out.
Yeah.
But he's like, all of you go home and take a fucking shower and scrub because this fucking office stinks.
Yeah.
And we all went home and took a shower, except for the one person they were talking about.
Yeah.
And then a talk in the office resumed.
Exactly.
And that person got fired because they were like, "I'll get on it," and they didn't get on it.
First QA place I worked had that problem, and that person did not do anything about it. And it was what it was. And then there's also the person who doesn't have that, but just has the halitosis.
Oh, the bad halitosis.
And you're like, I don't know what they can do about that.
I'm gonna just talk to you from a distance. That's
less your fault, but it's still not great.
No one cares.
No one cares.
Like no one cares.
No one cares. But like it's almost like one of these two is addressable. The other kind of isn't, you know?
Yeah, it's pseudo addressable. You can try.
You can try.
The attempt would be appreciated.
Yeah. Yeah. But I've been told directly by person that nothing can be done.
Yeah.
Because
that's rough, man.
Because here's the thing, right? You can definitely well, anyway, like you're not going to walk up to somebody and just be like, axe, right? Yeah. But in normal day-to-day conversation, you can pull out a stick of gum.
And be like, gum,
and that's an easy, right? But you can't fucking whip out a deodorant to rub yourself down and go like,
no, you know what you do?
Old Spice?
Just take it out. Just take it out. Just start spraying. Just like, you know what, man?
Mm-hmm. I've definitely like that's one of those things where like, yeah, you can do it to an entire area in the name of coverage, and overcover based on not wanting to single people out.
See, the funniest thing about all this, right, is that I have a fairly severe perfume allergy. So anyone that puts on Axe within 10 feet from me, I'm going to get horribly sick. So when people try and cover their BO with, like, their BO with Axe, not only can I still... Yeah, my sense of smell only seems to work when it sucks, by the way. Not only does the BO still reach out, it's now being reached out with a uppercut to my brain. Like, great, thanks, man. This was awesome of you to do for everyone involved.
Yeah. But anyway, all of that aside, fun event. Was more just chill, you know, not really participating or entering in anything.
Yeah, just hanging out.
And did an interview for Squad State, which was pretty fun.
Oh, you did an interview as Wooly of the Super Best Friends.
Yes,
see.
I did exactly.
That made me upset.
I mean, to their credit, somebody did let them know, and they were trying to fix it, but that was a burnt JPEG on rotation. Nothing could be done.
The timing was really bad too.
What are you gonna do? Nothing, apparently. So whatever. But we so we had a fun time on the stage. Shout outs to Drew, who was like old school FGC head, who's one of the co-hosts on the show that like had a fucking good old TO Montreal rivalry with that. Talk to friends about like the state of Toronto and
how Toronto be,
and whether we're talking about eggs being flung or fecal matter
or poisoning,
or whether we're talking about the various friends I have who have all been randomly assaulted
by assholes,
just by people,
random people.
Right? It's kind of like, this like it's time to go, time to not be here anymore.
Doug's ghost takes his revenge.
Doug's first and last movie. It was still a fun time though. I got to of course get in there with someone brought a setup, and so we were able to. I was able to play some Tekken. Played some Blaze Blue.
So you beat Mr. Creed at Teppen.
Yeah, I'll get into Teppen in a second because that's kind of one thing that's easy to do while you're sick. So I spent a bunch more time on that. What am I forgetting? Sorry, I'm stalling for time here, but there was something I wanted to talk about.
Man?
I'm blanking on. Yes, that's it. Earlier in the week, I posted something about Samurai Showdown and SNK.
Yeah, something's going on with their tournament shit.
And Jimmy Bones. And so some people were a bit confused about that. So he went into description. He went into I was pretty much like, it's one of those bits where it's like, I'll let him talk about it when he wants to, and he did on his stream. But to give the summary of it, now that that's been discussed and it's out there, I definitely don't mind just telling people what it is, because I'm really, really bummed by like what kind of went down here is effectively to call it, to make it short. Samurai Showdown has had a world tour going on, right? I've been going to compete in these events, right? For the winner of multiple Samurai Showdown tournaments, like, usually will get a spot that allows them to basically get a flight to go to Japan to qualify for the World Finals.
Fair enough.
That's going to be March of next month.
All right.
Sorry, March of next year, excuse me. I just want to make sure I'm getting all my facts straight here. So this is what I've been...
Yeah, that's not as important as you think.
Okay. Well, anyway. So that's the nature of the tournament. And, from talking to some of the folks involved with it beforehand and stuff, it, can say that, like, sounded very much like a heart's in the right place, really earnest, want to promote the game, do a lot, get Sam Show out there, etc., all these good things. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds cool. As someone who cares about Sam Show, been traveling with Jimmy, who's a top player of this game, right? So he's been doing pretty well. So what kind of happened was there's been some foibles at these events in terms of, like, how much heads up people have been getting for when a tournament, when it gets announced to be a qualifier.
What's the shortest?
So earlier on this year, there was literally like 2 weeks.
That's not enough,
right?
That's not enough.
There was 2 weeks given.
You don't even have time to take the day off work.
It was rough, right? That was like what happened earlier in the year for some of the first ones coming down, and people were like, guys, like, yeah, people have to take time off. They have to travel. They have to figure this stuff out. Like, why would you do that, right? And it kind of came down to a thing where, like, they just didn't have a plan for, like, what event. I don't know, whatever it was, that their timing stuff was an issue, right? I don't want to speculate on the how and what, but
They're too busy doing coke.
The failure, unfortunately, just, like, landed on those events, right? So what happened recently is there's been, since the game has come out, a weekly series called Ronin Rumble, right? I've done some commentary for it. It's put on by Jeff the Hero. He's aptly named because dude is, like, holding up the Sam Show community, running this weekly event, and it's a nice place where the community comes together, competes online, and, like, when you're a small game, these things are important, right? These things kind of keep it connected. They keep the scene alive in a way when there's just not a ton of people flocking towards the game. So he's been doing amazing with that, and Jimmy Bones has been doing a weekly series called Sake and Roses on Thursdays, where it's a casual lobby where people can come out and just play the game, like, not tournament, just in preparation for the Ronin Rumble. So these events are affiliated to Degree and such. Anyway, so this has been what's been going on, right? So what ends up happening is this final event in Japan, it turns out that of the 16 slots that are going to be going out to players that won these tournaments, not all of them have been announced yet. So we're waiting on finding out where some of these slots were going to go. We found out that 6 of the 16 are going to China, right? The rest are kind of distributed so far around different countries, different events, and so on. But for some reason, China was getting 6, and it was getting 3 at 2 tournaments that were going to run simultaneously on one weekend. Very weird. Top 3 in this event would go to, like, what is that, right? Very strange. Like, is there even a big
simultaneously on a single weekend?
A single weekend, 2 events in China, top 3 get 6 of these slots. Doesn't make much sense.
That seems like shit.
Right? You're like, what? Why would that? That's not fair. That sounds like a weird distribution.
It's almost like China.
It's almost like SNK is owned by a Chinese company.
What?
Oops. So it was like, what's up with that? And there's not a ton of details, right? And as time gets closer, in one or two places, very like I think on a Facebook post, there was a final like an info drop that was like, these events are not tournaments; they're 8-man invitationals. And you're like, wait, what? So
what the fuck have people been going to tournaments to seed for these fucking things?
Literally, like what? So because you've been doing these, these people have been running their major tournaments, and now this is an 8-man invitational. We don't know what the
it's like I flew out to this tournament to get seed points, and now you're telling me I literally didn't have to go.
Someone else could have got an invite to go to one of these things, and furthermore,
and 6 of them will be Chinese,
because it's an invitational of people that are from the scene there or something, I guess. But like apparently there's not a very large scene there, but regardless, it doesn't matter. That's what you call stacking, right? That's what you call stacking. It's what it is.
Bullshit.
We're gonna grab the 6 local players and throw them in, and it's gonna make, and like in the end, they're gonna end up facing against people who had to fight against like hundreds of players, to get where they're
gonna get fucking crushed.
It's pointless, but it doesn't matter.
Like they're gonna
right?
They're gonna own, like, one of them might get first or second, but the rest are gonna get fucking 8 through 6.
It's a complete nonsense publicity ploy, right? So it makes no sense to put that in the same
SNK
thing.
seems bad in this situation.
Like this is whoever's in charge of this World Tour thing is not doing it evenly, right? That goes down. 8-man invitational. We don't know who the players are going to be. Whatever, right? So we find out that and before this, around the same time, if not a little bit after these details are announced,
this is such stupid bullshit.
For a while, the weekly Run and Rumble thing, it was like, yo, this is a really cool event that a lot of people have been participating in.
Yeah.
Can they get some support in
of
some
any
way,
kind?
Right. So
shout out even.
Eventually, a deal was reached where basically they were going to then go. SNK agreed to let the winner of a Ronin Rumble get to go to China to enter one of those invitationals.
What?
Right, and then have a chance if getting to the top of those invitationals to go on to Japan. Right, and it's like, why not just cut out and go straight to?
Why not just add a 16-person bracket? Like,
no, this is what it was, right? And then the way it was announced was such that it would be.
Wait, hold on. You have to wait. Let me break it down even dumber.
Please do, because I don't.
You have to
people
go
are probably lost here
to China in order to get a spot in this invitational. You have to essentially beat almost everyone else who will also still be at the invitational.
No, because who's going to China? Of the players not across the world.
This just feels like you have to beat the Chinese players twice in order to win the.
You have to win. So it was, you win the online tournament.
Yeah.
Then you get
to go to China
to enter this other tournament,
and you have to place top 6.
Or top 3 because there's 2 of them.
Yeah.
Right? And then if you win that, then you go to Japan in March.
But there is a scenario here in which you will have to go and beat the number 1 Chinese player. Say you're better than the number 1 Chinese player.
Yes.
You will have to beat them 4 times.
Forget that. The Ronin Rumble has a lot of people that play that are already winners that are going to Japan.
Yeah.
So you have to beat them.
Yeah.
In that first event,
what?
How
many times do you have to beat the same people?
Nuts. So, but this is the way they handed it out, right?
Oh, that's so busted.
So,
oh my god, this
is announced 1 week before the Chinese tournament happens.
Oh, you mean the country that you probably need to get travel authorization to go to if you're going there from like a dozen of any other country?
So how many?
You're not even allowed to go to China for free.
So how many
need visas or something?
Pat, how many dominoes down the bad decision tree is that?
We're like 10.
Okay, so
You can't.
Allow me to continue.
Depending on what country you live in, you can't just go to China.
If you're confused, if you're lost, let me try to simplify it, but let's run it
All
back.
right.
World Tour event is announced. Timing is really badly handled on the part of SNK, letting people know about when these things are going down.
Open tournament with seating turns into a closed invitational with fucked seating.
With 6 slots of 16 going to Chinese events, right? That are not open tournaments like the rest of the events.
And then that is announced a week to go.
By winning the online
tournament. All
tournament.
right,
and now the online tournament goes down. Diddy Mokov wins. Jimmy Bones gets second place.
All right.
Diddy Mokov goes, okay, cool. Let's find out what we can do here. He's from South America, and I think he's currently was in America.
Yeah.
Unable to do any sort of passport.
The thing I just brought up,
all of
like
that,
literally
could not do it. So a day later goes, I can't do this.
Vacate my win.
I vacate my win.
Therefore, Jimmy Bones becomes the number 1.
Jimmy Bones takes it. Okay, cool. So he finds out a day or a day and a half after, actually.
Right. Which gives him 5 days to go to China.
4
days.
Okay. So what do you got to do to make that happen?
Of which it takes at least 1.5 days to literally go to China.
Time to call up the embassy and get the visa, because you can't just go there.
Because you can't just go. You need a travel visa.
So that is the soonest on a rush that you can get that to happen. It's going to be a day and a half later.
Which gives you 7 hours of leeway.
So we're like, okay. And I'm like, I'm looking at the events. I'm talking with him about this whole thing, looking at the flights, trying to see what's possible. And of all the flights that can be chosen, the only way to get there the morning of the tournament on Saturday would be to leave 2 hours before the meeting to get the visa.
Great.
Completely impossible.
It's almost like this is intentional.
Completely impossible.
It's almost like these are known quantities.
I mean, like the people, like Jeff running the tournament definitely did not intend any of this. You know what I mean? It was just way back up. They're just like, nah. They didn't.
It's almost like they never wanted to give this thing a chance at all.
I don't know. But so what happens is, of course, it becomes completely a farce, right?
Oh yeah.
And then it's like, okay, and even, this is not going to be possible. But let's just also look at what we're talking about in terms of like, what you'd have to like, what kind of costs you'd have to get for this visa or whatever, right? So the way things were announced initially was. Flight to China plus $1,000 to cover whatever expenses are going to take place or happen,
which would be room and board and blah blah blah,
whatever the case may be. Turns out, in the communication, that was not what was said. Turns out that's not what was offered. And that what was actually offered was $1,000 towards the cost of getting to China in 4 days,
including
and staying there. And eating and traveling and getting to the airport and taking a taxi, whatever the fuck.
So
whatever.
Paying money out of pocket plus embassy fees.
So SNK was actually going to just provide $1,000 towards the $3,000 maybe it would cost to do this.
Yeah.
So the player would have to have the time to leave within a couple days to fly to China, take the time off of work, and have a couple thousand sitting around to...
And have a free travel visa standing.
Of which that $1,000, by the way, would not be given, but would be reimbursed a month later.
Oh, it would be reimbursed. This was like, no...
Isn't this the worst?
This is an offer... This is an offer where you forgot your lunch, and I see that you haven't. I see you don't have your lunch, right? And I have a peanut butter sandwich, right? I eat the first half of my sandwich and make sure to get one bite into second part of sandwich before offering you some. Hey man, you look hungry. Do you want some? As I am eating the remainder fully knowing that you will say, no, man, I'm good. But I offered, though. I offered.
So we're now on like domino 10, right? Of the bad decisions in this process. I can't believe how far down the line it's come in terms of stupidity with it. But this is what's happened.
I don't understand why they didn't want to come and compete. We offered to pay their way here, and we sanctioned their online tournament.
And, like, definitely don't want to blow up anybody's spot or anything, but it's like, okay, an attempt was made to try and okay, can we talk to people? Can Jimmy figure out a way to just go like, all right, look, this is a complete shit show.
Yes.
Can we salvage this in any way by at least saying he can't possibly make it to this event? Mm-hmm. The next one that will happen is coming up. It'll be Frosty Faustings.
Yeah.
It's going to be in January.
Yeah.
Is there a way to, since Jimmy's from Montreal, can you just take that money that would have gone towards the China trip and put it towards allowing him to compete at that event?
Where is it?
That is in I want to say Chicago.
No, it's not going to happen. No,
right?
We will not. It had to be the China one.
And it's like we can just at least get that done out of it.
No,
because this whole thing is fucked. Of course not.
No,
right?
No,
and no. It would have been one of those things where you're like, at the end of this fucking domino shit show, the one thing you could have done right here would have been to get that happening.
They only offered money that they knew couldn't have been obtained.
And it just... So, I don't know where it is on the chain of events.
Hey, Wooly, I'll give you $300 if you vomit into that camera right now within 5 seconds.
Yeah, I don't know where on the chain of command, but like...
Well, I offered it. I guess he doesn't want it.
I feel like... somewhere along the lines, like
what a bunch of assholes.
The SNK China is doing their best to just completely either just grab these slots or like make a weird posture that I don't know, but it's shitty. Whatever the speculation is, it's garbage, and like it's clearly not a fair situation.
Chinese business interests are also Chinese national interests and want to do what's good for China. And that's the reality of it.
And it sucks when SNK Japan or SNK America are leashed to follow those orders or whatever the fuck they can't do without that approval. If that's the way things are going, it appears, but I don't know. And then so you end up with this complete shit show where they're just like, sorry, you get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir. Right? Can we? Nope. Don't care. Too bad.
That's right.
Right. And
this is why
you just carry on. This fucking garbage.
This is why when you look at interviews of people who have competed in and won or placed top 8 in, say, the Capcom Pro Tour, and those who have competed in and got top 8 or won EVO, the prestige of EVO or any of the other ones, right, that are community organized, the prestige is so much higher. Because there is so much more value in winning a completely open tournament.
Yes, you walk off the street.
That is sponsored or managed or whatever.
Who are you? We don't even know who you're inviting. It's just we're reaching out to people that we would like to see be represented in Japan, and let's give them chances.
Sure.
Right? I don't know, or people or names or whatever the case. So, man, it really was just like. From the get-go, when people are just like, so you just want to stack 6 of these 10 names to be like from China and then get completely crushed.
Yeah, I want...
Right? And then when you get to top 16, if somebody that fought through the trenches from the bottom...
In multiple countries.
Has to fight 3 people to get to winners finals, and then someone fights 3 of those 6... and that just happens to randomly be stacked, you're getting somebody who gets a free skip to the end versus someone who has to fucking slave for it.
There's a fascinating you can go check out G.O.R.E Gaming, who did a video on tournaments and how tournaments work and how bracket selection can be manipulated to create things to happen.
Yeah, so seeding is something that happens as a TO. I can tell you that like I've had to do seeding, and I know, and like there's a lot of discussion and debate that goes into it. Jabali posted a hilarious thing the other day about like we finally hit the era where he got a complaint from a parent who said my kid is not seeded high enough or whatever.
That's great.
What's up with this, right? And effectively the point of it is to just go, hey, did you travel from Timbuktu with your friend here? Let's make sure you guys don't fight in the first round.
Because that'd be fucked.
Okay, second, the two people who are probably going to be in grand finals based on past performance
should be as far away from each other in the bracket as possible.
Otherwise, that person gets eliminated even though, based on the double elimination system, even though they probably would have made it further based on the approximate skill levels.
But hey, what if you want your buddy to get out of pools for sure?
Then you put him in an easy pool.
And you make sure that pool is easy.
Yeah, so you don't. So seeding should generally never be handled on that type of level. No. Yeah. But Smash GG has made it easy. But like, there's things you factor in. Some things way more than others. You winning an Evo is a bigger factor than you coming from a place that someone else comes.
Yeah, if you win at Evo, congrats. You are now number 1 on the bracket.
Right.
And all the top 8s are going to be number 1,000, number 1,500, number et cetera, et cetera.
But if I see like 4 Canadian flags in my pool,
that's
and then
bullshit.
A couple of Canadian, and then no other Canadian flags in surrounding pools, it'd be like, well,
someone's trying to get rid of Canada.
Or
and now if you see,
a random can fuck that up sometimes, but then you got to keep an eye out on that, right? So anyway, all that to say that that's just one aspect of this that has nothing to do with.
I don't know. It's the most overtly, obviously stupid.
Well, it's the dumb 6-slot China thing. But then there's just the fuckery of how you're supposed to get there in the days that can't possibly. Can we cover? No, we can't. And literally every step of like, we're not gonna cover. And then, will you get a month down the line and then fuck you, too bad.
I'm well aware of the desire to give the benefit of the doubt, but situations like that are so obviously explicitly designed to fail on purpose that I can't help but shrug. The instant that came out, I'm sure a lot of people were like, "Oh, we're not intended to get there. So this is intended to be an empty gesture."
And then unfortunately, and then it leads to people going like, "Well, yeah, this is another fuck up on this world tour, right?" Yeah. And the worst part, I mean, there's a million worst parts, but an extra factor in how stupid and bad this is how badly it reflects on Jeff, who runs Run and Rumble, and Jimmy Bones, who runs Sake and Roses, two people who are literally going out of their way to organize things to promote the game.
That's tough, because say you're somebody in a community and you love a game and you're trying to make the game real. Right? And then the people who run the game literally spit on you. Like, what do you like?
It sucks.
There's got to be an emotion of like, well, fuck this game. I guess
it sucks
to some degree,
and it especially sucks when you know that like a company is a big mecca of moving parts.
Yeah,
and the people at the head are like, "Hey, man, what's up? Super cool. Want to help you out." And the people at the body are like, "Look, we're just gonna do what we can do.
We're just gonna do what we're gonna do.
We got to focus on these organs, right?"
Alternatively, the people in the middle want to help you, and the people at the top go, "No, fuck them. Don't give them any money."
But the legs are just like not only not walking to help you,
they're walking away from you.
No, they're trying to step on you.
Oh yes,
the legs are attacking you and kicking you.
Stomp.
And doing their best to fucking ruin.
Yeah, this sounds like shit. This sounds like the Samurai Showdown future as a community / tournament game is fucking dead.
Here's the thing, right? As you mentioned, when you're someone that's trying to help promote this scene, like these guys are, this fucking just really hurts and
just dive down harder like, into the community scene, right? I guess.
And this is what it comes down to, right? So, for me, as someone like, I'm like, I still like this game. I don't like having this bad association with it when it comes to mine. Like, yeah, you double down into community
and
right?
Go, okay, guys. So the company's holding the invitational, but the real world champion is going to be the one that wins this event over here.
So, I was like planning to still go to tournaments next year, that were like Sam Show events that were happening.
Yeah,
and still very much want to do those. Still want to compete and play this game that I like. But this world tour aspect of it, the esports aspect of it, is a fucking botch right now.
Esports.
And like any attempt to olive branch, of which there were like 8, just complete refusal.
I find it
you know
fascinating that because of the push and pull and the nature of the business relationships that have formed, that almost every single discussion about esports eventually goes to a discussion about Chinese nationalist business interests
at some point recently.
Like almost all of them. I don't know if CSGO is involved. Probably not. That's a Valve thing. Probably not Dota. But like China's got a lot of money and they pushing.
I mean, look, all I can say, and this was everyone that like, it's a pretty tight knit community, you know what I mean? But everyone that like, yeah, like I said, there's like an active 50 names that you just see and recognize everywhere, like, but everyone just kind of, I feel, had that sort of conclusion of just like, well, it's community now. This is we're going community on this, and until they make several changes to like fixing this shit, like we're just gonna have to fend for ourselves, in a way, and stick together and then do what we can. And like it's a really just it's one of those things where it's like it can still even be turned around with some proper decision making, but like I hope at the very least like the blowback is enough that they hear it and don't do shit like this again.
So I would point out that I was wrong when I said CS:GO and Dota. I got a real quick blowback from chat that Dota's been more corrupt than anything forever, and that CS:GO is apparently a money laundering scheme. So
wonderful.
Sports are sports.
It's awesome.
E or otherwise.
Yeah.
Sports.
So yeah, that's the state of the world tour, the Sam Show World Tour. And see what is he saying? The Sam Show dead? Like, no, that's the game. And community is community. We like you can.
You know what I'm waiting for? Waiting for some top pro MOBA player. Be like, I have to bow out of the tournament. I fell down the stairs and broke my arm. And because I didn't take the money.
Oh, dive?
Yeah.
Apparently,
you think we're there yet? You think we're there to paid diving?
Well, wasn't there someone asking a question about like why is pot splitting a problem? Because players
ruins the point of the tournament.
No, but like what players of what game was it? So the person posted and they said people that play this game pot split all the time. Magic.
Yeah.
Yeah, they said Magic the Gathering players agree to pot split all the time.
Yeah.
And because they don't want to risk the fact that a bad draw of cards.
Yeah, the reason why that's acceptable is because there's random elements associated with that no one can control.
So they just completely, fucking whatever. Yeah. So anyway, that's where that's at. Teppen, I've been, playing it, putting the time in.
You've been carding?
I've been carding. I've been learning what it means to like tweak to an even finer degree than I thought possible.
Are you esportsing?
No.
Teppen yet?
No.
Are you sure?
But I thought I was like, oh yeah, I've got the flow and feeling of this deck and how I'm playing it and stuff. And then now I'm tweaking, not just like 1 or 2 cards for like a different effect entirely, but I was like, let's tweak for the same effect with a slightly different variable. So,
oh man,
instead of playing this card that gives me anti-air on all of my things to stop people that fly, I'll instead play a more expensive card that kills everything the opponent has that flies.
Ooh.
And does like a ton of shit ton of damage or whatever. Like 2 ways to go about the same strategy and so on.
That sounds a lot like the shop in a MOBA.
I guess so.
You should give that MOBA a shot.
So I randomly playing ranked came across one Xavier Woods, aka Austin Creed, and stole a game
You stole it?
Stole a game where he was winning, and I just came back with the fucking 1-2 at the last second. And then I was like, oh shit, I was like, what are the chances? That was fun. I didn't know he was online. And then we played some more, and he's like, yo, run it back. And so we run it back in casuals after, and proceeded to steal another 2 in almost the exact same manner, where like a really good opening strategy was just trounced by a really solid comeback, and I managed to get 3-0 on it, and I was like, yeah.
Well, that's definitive. There's no arguing with that. Stolen or not.
And I fucked up because I missed the replay on one of them, but I do have 2 of them, and I've been planning to do a look video anyway. So I got those, at which point then Kenny jumped in and was like, yo, we gotta play. So then I jumped on with Kenny and did a set first to 3 as well, and in that case it went 2-2, and then he took the final game.
He probably cheated.
Yeah, totally.
Absolutely.
No, it was really, and that, like,
did you get super toxic?
Kenny, how are you gonna get toxic in a card game on your phone?
You can get toxic.
Really good games across the board.
Post game toxic.
I noticed we're all in similar ranking range.
Yeah,
where it's like I'm starting to feel like what I originally thought was like a pyramid to the top is looking more like a wine glass of like everyone at the bottom, and then it thins out, and then there's a whole lot of people.
Okay, all right,
probably sitting
at the middle of that wine.
And then you got your elites. I don't know, like a wine glass that continues tapering off.
Yeah.
Right? Because we're just before champion, but boy is it hard to get into champion.
What's champion defined by?
Champion is defined by getting to above A1. I'm at A5.
Okay, the reason
everyone, all but like the Kenny and Skill Mamu and these guys and Austin, we're all in that A5, A4 category.
The reason I ask is there's I'm playing League, and it has the same thing, which is champion.
Yeah.
And the champion is literally the top 200.
Okay.
Which is, I think Street Fighter did something similar as that. It's like, I like the idea of titles that are like, do you have this title? There are only 10 of these.
There
are only 50 of these.
Killer Instinct with the title of Killer.
Oh, yeah? You got to be what?
To be Killer, you have to get top 32.
That's great.
In that period of time.
That's great.
Yeah. And then when you get to Killer, you get to do, I think, 3 out of 5 sets.
Fucking sick.
Yeah, it was really good. So anyway, all that to say, yeah, that was a ton of fun and tweaking and whatnot. Really close. And I also really got to learn, especially in the matches with Kenny, that like, I'm like, okay, the same deck, you will watch a trouncing, you will trounce them, and then it'll go tight.
Yeah. Based
on your draw in a lot of cases. And it's impossible to cover every.
Oh yeah, there's always going to be an element of straight up gambling in a card game.
Yeah, and you can go for a really blasé deck that'll be pretty safe against everybody, but not deal with the haymaker strategies.
Yeah.
Right? And haymaker strategies will often involve like, yeah, people doing crazy nonsense setups that are like, you have no direct counter to this card because you, for example, if anything that you would need to beat this card, you can't even target it.
Yeah.
Right. It has a thing that stops you from specifically targeting that. There's all kinds of crazy shit you can do. So, that's the part of the game that's kind of getting elusive to me in a way where I'm like, I don't really.
I always love that. I mean, you described it a while ago, where it's like set play, but like any multiplayer game where it's just like, what are we gonna do? Okay, we're all gonna have this plan, and then you look at the other team or the other player, and they're just rushing one thing so hard that you can't deal with it.
Yeah,
and you're like, we're doing this now.
Yeah.
Well, fuck.
I'm gonna leave 2 of my 3 slots empty.
Yeah,
and just
go so hard
down on one. You know,
and you're not gonna beat it.
Yeah, and I have to have the tools ready, and like there's moments where I'm spending abilities on nothing because I have to go through my deck to find the counter because the super card you built, it's like I have a perfect counter for that. somewhere in this pile. So I'm just like, whatever. I'll like not even heal the enemy, but just do an effect that does nothing in the situation, just to get it out of the way, to find that perfect counter. You know,
Are you feeding bot,
panicking, because when you know that the only way to survive is to find the counter nuke.
So you have to feed yourself.
And yeah, so that's happened a couple of times, and you know, those are always tight situations, and you're hoping it pulls up, but if it doesn't, then you're pretty much dead.
Sorry, I just giggle every time I hear the word fed now.
Yeah.
Your feed. It's the worst. It's the worst that's ever been.
And something that I don't have experience with is then needing to switch to a second deck, right?
It's like this deck is just not going to work.
I need to tweak a second deck and have that ready for this type of matchup or so. Because I guess that's the way you're going to need to do it advancing. But when you're playing ranked, you're getting random matchups all the time. You know? So then you're kind of like...
It's it's one of the things that when I was fucking around with Hearthstone, when I was fucking around with League, and it's like win rates are like a high win rate is like 55%.
Yeah.
Like no one's getting a 60% win rate.
If you plan to go forward with like your rock deck, then your paper deck is gonna, you know, sit there.
It's gonna lose.
And your paper deck will be handy when you come up against the counter pick.
And that's when Wooly, it's time to get into the meta. Do you want to play on meta or off meta?
Yeah, in this case, I think it's just raw stats, right?
No, do you want to play on meta or off meta?
If you're gonna play the same person more than once in a row, then
you can.
Totally, right? It becomes about that.
But it's just fascinating because I remember talking to a buddy of mine who played a lot of Hearthstone, and it's like, well, Warlock's really popular right now, or
exactly.
So I'm gonna run an anti-Warlock
and
deck.
That'll get you higher than the regular. Exactly.
It's like that whole.
Everyone's running Wesker, everyone's running Morrigan, everyone's running Ryu.
So, do you got stuff that could deal with them?
If you can deal with them, you're probably going to make it higher than stuff that can deal with the rest of the cast.
Yeah.
100%.
So, the thing that's happening in League right now, I think Mordekaiser's like super good as a character that I like.
Yeah.
Do you have a character that does well against Mordekaiser? Because like 1 out of every 10 games, you're going to fight him.
Do you not have that character / the cards? Because here's the thing.
You should buy them!
So you got someone goes, hey, you want to beat the characters that you're having problems with? Here's a QR code, right? Take a picture of this. Here's a deck. This will help you beat whatever your problems are. You don't have half of these cards.
You don't have more than half of these cards.
What you gonna do? Better go buy those gems, fucko.
Yeah.
And those gems are not gonna make the cards directly, but when you buy the gems, they lead to you buying packs, and your duplicates can get scrapped.
Into dust or whatever the fuck.
And the fucking fucko dust.
Yeah, the fucko dust.
Fucko dust can be used to build a new card. It takes a lot of fucko dust to build one card.
There was a fucking card in Hearthstone that was Dr. Whizbang or some shit. And it was just like the best card. It was like a year 1 card. It was and it's like, hey everyone, scrap every single fucking duplicate you can get your hands on until you can get this card, because it will carry you.
Yeah.
The MOBA thing does have one thing that helps that. Say you're going to pick a character and you're going to go up and like you're jungling, so you're going to be 1v1ing all the whole game. This guy's a straight counter pick to you. At the very least, you can go to the in-game shop and buy items that will mitigate that counter pick.
Yeah, and you can do a deck.
Dr. Boom, that was the card, yeah.
You can use cards from a different character's deck in yours.
Yeah.
But there's a penalty to it.
Ooh.
Right? You don't get you get less I think it's AP or whatever. Anyway, basically there's like, if you want to mix and match your cards from 2 different styles of decks, then you get half the energy cost to play with.
I see.
Type of thing. You can't play anything. You can't play any super cards from both decks.
That's their
you could only play the first.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly, right. But then you can build
Hearthstone does something similar where you the classes there's generic cards and then there's class cards that you just can't play unless you're that class.
Right. So yeah, a little bit of that, and pretty much one way or another, it's just like, okay, so here's the answers that you're looking for. Whale up. Whale up, fucko.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Just
Do it. Card games, I mean,
yeah.
card games make me feel weird because the whale up piggy, yes, I'm going to say that. The whale up piggy business model of the card game predates video games. Like, at all.
It's been physical.
It's decades and decades and decades of, God damn it, I hope I get that guy's baseball card.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's like positively old-fashioned.
It's the oldest trick in the book introduced to a new generation
of
children with credit cards.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, of course, the solution can always also be found in just sticking with what you have and playing the odds.
What about net decking? You getting into some net decking?
Net decking.
Yeah, net decking.
Tell me about the net decking.
It is similar to what you've been doing with the QR codes, but I don't know if it exists for Teppen. But for Hearthstone, there was a net decking application in which you would ask it to put together a meta build for you, and it would do its best with the cards that you had.
Oh, there's it's called deck builder assist.
Oh yeah,
it's a button in the game.
The game's got built-in net decking.
I guess
people look down on net deckers because they're not really playing the game.
It'll take what you have and help you fill it, whatever.
Yeah, net deckers, pussies, all of them. Apparently, I don't know how to build a fucking card deck, guys.
Took me a while to get what would be needed, and I still don't really fully get it, but I know enough to get to A class.
Yeah.
From F.
Well, I guess you're good at the game.
But I don't know enough to go from A to champ because those people are all running very rarely
Gosu decks.
Well, very rarely am I losing to like a again an all-round solid set.
Yeah.
I'm losing to glass cannons.
Yeah.
That I'm like, fuck, my counter's nowhere near here, you know?
Well, how do you feel about the fact that this podcast has you talking about a digital card game and me talking about MOBAs?
I'm using Nero.
Is that weird? Yeah. Oh, you fucking bitch. You lie to yourself. You are lying to Wooly.
No. Don't frame it with your fucking nonsense reaction there. Don't allow your nonsense reaction to create the narrative.
Oh, I'm playing Nero.
I'm having fun with my card game.
That's okay.
I'm having fun with my card game.
Nero's okay. Hey, Wooly, did you know they're going to put fucking Captain Commando into a new MOBA? Like, is this what's gonna happen? The Capcom puts out their MOBA and you're like,
dude, you would freak out over the amount of Resident Evil characters. Like I said it before, but I keep seeing new ones that I have no idea
give
who
me
they
one
are.
that you've never heard of.
I gave you them last time. I can't pull them out because they're all fucking just...
Hey, it's that guy that got blown up in the hospital in RE3. Remember that guy? No, he was never named.
Like I gave you a bunch because I'm just like, I don't fucking know.
The med spray and shit like that.
I mean, shit. Okay.
Alyssa the Reporter is probably the deepest pull the games actually went with. Oh, you're pulling up the car. Oh my god.
Like, I'd have to scroll for some...
Oh my god. They're probably not that obscure.
I mean, there's a random mercenary about to get killed by a tyrant.
Give me a name. What's his name? Is it Mikhail?
No.
Is it Nikolai?
Mikhail Victor?
Yeah, Mikhail Victor. I literally said, is it Mikhail?
Yeah,
and you said no.
No. I looked to another card and I saw Mikhail there. So there's Mikhail. Forrest Speyer?
Yeah. He's the guy who gets eaten by crows in RE1.
No,
Forrest.
Brad Vickers?
Yeah, Chicken Heart. These are not obscure characters.
Okay, I don't know. I know Chris, Jill.
An obscure character.
I know Chris, Jill, Leon, Claire, Wesker, Carlos.
Obscure.
The
obscure character would
Caliban
be like
Cove,
Robert Kendo, or like the fucking UBCS guy, the black guy with the glasses in the hospital, who doesn't have a name. The character was never named. If that character was a card, considering it's blown up in one cutscene, I think he has one line of dialogue.
All I'm saying is there are many, many cards.
Is Misty the zombie a card?
Billy Cohen?
Yeah, Billy Cohen's the main character in From Murray Zero. He's got the handcuff on his hand.
Wow, they made a lot of characters, huh?
Yeah, they did. There's a lot of Resident Evil characters.
I didn't realize. Well, anyway. Shona?
What? Really? Is Shiona?
Shona. Soldier of some kind?
Oh my god, is that? I think that's the guy I was just talking about.
Well, there you go.
I guess they named him at some point.
Shona.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. So they're getting in there.
Oh my god.
Grabbing some people that I'm...
somebody corrected me that the black guy with the glasses is named Patrick, apparently.
Okay.
I don't know who Shona is, though.
Richard Eichen?
Richard Eichen? Yeah. He's the guy who gets bitten by the snake at RE1.
Yeah, so it just... Whatever. Cards with random fucking people pop up.
Yeah, who's Shona?
I don't know.
Shona's from Day of Nightmares?
So...
What the fuck is Day of Nightmares?
Day of Nightmares is one of the decks.
It's the set. It's the set,
yes. Anyway, so that's been a
Shona's from Operation Raccoon City. That would explain that.
Well, does that count?
No.
That counts as obscure.
Orc ain't obscure. Orc is in my ass.
Well, it's
poop.
Well, whatever is in there.
Poop.
In there.
I only know the Resident Evil lore that matters, thank you.
Fake fan.
Don't.
Sounds like a fake fan to me. So,
all right, I've stalked one fake fan for the future.
So Teppen is fun, and I'm enjoying it. And I plan to do something as soon as I get the chance to in the future with that. Okay. One other thing I wanted to talk about. I don't imagine you did, but did you touch or bother checking out Leroy Smith at all?
Nah.
Leroy Smith.
The new Wang Jinrei.
Is so cool.
What's his dog's name?
Sugar.
That's great.
Come on, Sugar.
I love his dumb dog that he has.
He calls it out, and it has a random chance of attacking you or just doing nothing.
Oh, that's great. That's fucking awful.
So you can just call it out, and it might just slide in and just go like, and then walk away, or it might run and do a low attack.
Is it a combo or is it a reset?
It's just a low fireball.
I saw like day one like touch of death shit with Leroy. Tekken's crazy. Tekken's crazy.
The Tekken. We're talking about Tekken.
Whatever.
Not yeah, Leroy, old Wooly showing up.
He looks great.
Cool as ever. The trailer song was great because all I wanted was him to call people Youngblood.
Yeah.
And that happens 100% in that trailer. And not only that, but he does Wing Chun.
Yep.
Which is literally what I used to train in.
Yeah.
So it's really cool seeing him do the fucking stances and the blocks and the Pak Sao and Gan Sao and Buji Sao and all these cool moves. And he's getting into the Ip Man stance that everybody recognizes. And it's fucking nice. Is it a weeaboo when it's not from Wapan?
This is China Boo. Listen to him.
Chiaboo? Yeah.
That sounds like a Chia Pet stand.
Yeah, I don't know. But all the basics that I remember from low level Wing Chun, it's pretty fun to see them brought to life here. And then of course there's all the Ip Man shit where you fucking rapid punch and and stuff. So he styles on you. Very, very cool. Really fun. He's got a move where he pulls a cane out and he hits you with the cane like
apparently you only do it once a match.
Once per match. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's a lot like Killick's like a triangle hit where he knocks you in the balls.
I don't want to break my cane, so I will only hit you with it once.
Yep. So it's a once.
Yeah, Leroy looks great.
Once per match move, really, really fun, and yeah.
And I saw along with Leroy coming out, they announced a fucking grappler backy freakazoid for the Muay Thai rep.
So there's they also dropped Ganryu, who's now streamer alongside Julia.
This is a good new meta.
And
the fighting game streamer meta. Let's see it.
Meta, huge fan, trying to do the same sign-offs, which of course leads to the screenshot of her watching him doing her sign-off on the stream.
Yeah.
And having the most disgusted face.
Oh, it's hot.
And everybody's like, fucking immediately control paste that shit. Control C, Control V. Cause
she hates it.
Yep, the face
so
of the face of her disgust, like, has made everybody turgid.
Oh man.
Real good.
Girls thinking you're disgusting is the best.
And Ganryu is a sumo wrestler, and nothing too distinct about him, considering the other wrestlers in like Virtua Fighter, for example.
Yeah, and he's not that different from Taka. He doesn't really have. I mean, he's kind of zany, I guess, but I mean, he just doesn't stand out like a lot of the Tekken cast.
E Honda stands out.
Yeah.
With his Chanko stew. And
now, E Honda stands out the fact that he has a muscled belly, which makes no sense.
And now, Ganryu stands out because he's a streamer.
He's a loser.
He's
also
a big fanboy.
Yeah.
So turning characters that have nothing going on into fanboys appears to be the wave. Yeah. Because now that's happened to Eddie.
Yeah, Eddie's a Lucky Chloe fanboy.
Now, I want to say Lei Wulong is a fanboy as well.
Yeah, and I think he's a big fan of Julia's streams. I think
of Julia. Yeah, and now you got Ganryu in there, so it's like pretty. It seems to be the wave, but Leroy Smith, fucking rad, really cool character, and I just fucked around with him for a little bit like last night. And in that short time frame, I guess, I don't know, a couple online matches and like maybe hour or two of lab time, I was able to like use the new functions. So like, I mean, there's the frame data function.
Yeah, the frame data stuff. Yeah.
There's the stuff they added with like punish training.
Really?
And
really, that's great.
Punish training is so good. It's so good. Because you just pick the character you're fighting, and then it goes, here's a list of the moves that they do a lot, right? Not that giant 100 move list. Here's like 10, 20 of them. And like, it's going to tell you like, okay, now do this with your character whenever they do that.
That's great.
And after you practice going through them, it puts them on like a cycle. Then you can go to hard mode where it'll do them randomly.
Yeah, perfect.
And it won't show you the answer.
Just fucking learn it.
Yeah, but it will. If you fail it, it'll hint the answer at you.
That's perfect. That's incredible.
So like it'll go on it. So like at first you're just going down the list and practicing until you get it, and then you put it on hard, and then it'll start doing them randomly, and then when you fail, it shows you what it should have been, but it still cycles to the next random move.
That's perfect. Yeah, that's incredible.
It's incredible. It's really good,
man. If only there were one fighting game that just got every part of it
Tekken
right.
is firing on all cylinders right now.
Wish I could find a game online that was fun to play.
We'll get to that in a second.
This
is Tekken 7 right now, and it's such a good feature.
Yeah.
I love it. And I felt comfortable with Leroy first time touching him within minutes. By just going to that and like picking a character that I'm like, okay, let's mess around, let's see what he's got against this.
Yeah.
And you just learn, after going through, I picked Ganryu, right? And I went through a bunch of them, and I was like, okay, I noticed that of these like 20 moves or whatever, or like 15 or so, I noticed that they keep telling me to do this one a bunch to punish.
Yeah.
So I'm like, that must mean this is a good move.
Must mean that.
Right? So then you can then take that forward and go, in a lot of situations, try this first.
Maybe I'll just trade favorably.
Right?
Yeah.
So I go immediately, I'm like, this is going this button. It's just telling you this button.
This button good.
This button.
Good button.
And I was like, man. And it even has the decency when you're too far away from the character, they run up to you to close the distance before doing.
That's really nice.
Yeah. Because remember, it's like some moves, like if you punish it from too far away, it won't be, you know what I mean? There's stuff like that.
Distance stuff.
So then it'll run up to you and then just go, all right, now block this. Now do it. It really is of such a simple but amazing.
Out of the Japanese fighting games, I feel like Tekken is by far the closest to having the kind of stuff that needs to be there compared to, say, Skullgirls or Killer Instinct.
I mean, those both have all three of these games you've mentioned are like killing it with quality of life features. Tekken is the most solid Japanese entry.
Yeah, right? It's funny because I was talking with people and there was a thread about online matchmaking, and it's like it's faster and easier to get a match in Killer Instinct right now, despite it having a way lower player count than Tekken, because the online is so much better that you can get this big wide swath of people in your country that you can play good matches on.
And now we can go to the first item on the docket,
which is
I just want to remind people that haven't gone.
Oh yeah, by the way, news.
To the YouTube channel Hold Back to Block.
Yes.
By Esteban.
Yeah.
Who sat down with Keits and talked about netcode.
Yeah. And why netcode is important.
If you have any opinions to voice on this matter, and you either A, haven't watched this, or B, don't know the stuff that's mentioned here, I highly implore that you do so before talking about it, because this is where you don't sound like an idiot anymore, because you find out exactly what the deal is with rollback versus delay-based netcode. You understand what people are talking about, and then we don't have one of those situations where, for example, when the Stadia announces negative latency,
oh my god,
and people start doing the AI, making the AI gags, the game's going to play played for me, and it's like, oh god, no, now you sound dumb, because make fun of the Stadia, but that tech is real.
Yes, please make fun of the Stadia.
Right, but that tech is real, and making fun of that, and then in the next post championing GGPO, which does the same thing.
Well, it's all a bunch of complicated shit. But here's the thing about the Stadia: people weren't making fun of negative latency because they didn't understand the technology. People were making fun of negative latency for the Stadia because they were lying.
But what I'm saying is. Well, yeah, their entire application of it, fucking garbage.
Yeah.
Right? But the rollback tech exists, and like when you spot it, right? If you know enough about it, then you can kind of be like, oh, I recognize what that is. So that you're not making fun of like the way that works, because clearly it does work really well when implemented properly.
I gotta say, I do know a lot less about this than you do. And I am in this place of just make good.
Yep.
Good.
Just make good.
Just make good.
Just
now.
make good is the bottom line. Just make good is the bottom line, right?
Yeah.
But like the second sentence you say after just make good will often make you sound really dumb or
that's fine.
Possibly like you know whatever.
A lot of people are dumb out there.
Or whatever, or like what you're asking for is not possible.
Just
or
make
whatever
good
the fuck.
Fast.
Just make good fast. Yes. I'm pimping this up because it's an 18-minute video. It's a discussion, and it is literally like it is the end of the argument in terms of like what we need and why we need to use rollback, right?
Well, number one is because it works.
It works, but it explains a couple other things you might not have considered, including like having good rollback doesn't just make the net play feel better. It makes you able. It opens up the amount of people you can play against.
Makes matchmaking times faster. It gives you the ability to play more people overall outside your region.
If you can only play against the 5 people near you that have good connections, 4 of those people are gods. You're going to have that shitty online experience.
Time to leave.
If I can grab 50 people and 10 in each category are all at different skill levels, I can stick with the 10 that are my skill level and not have that horrible experience that makes me want to quit.
And let's take Killer Instinct and let's take Tekken. Let's say that I can play everyone on the continental United States in Killer Instinct and have a decent match. Even if the population for Tekken is 20 times larger than the population for Killer Instinct, my actual player count that I can play against is higher in Killer Instinct because I can play against everybody on the continental United States and have a decent match.
Thus, the density of your player base has a higher quality to it.
But Wooly, you're forgetting something. None of this matters in Japan.
No, it doesn't. There's not... In Japan, you can do delay-based, and the delay is so minimal.
It's 1 frame.
That
for the whole country.
That no one cares, right?
And that's where a huge audience is. So who cares? Why would you spend this extra time and money?
Yeah. So, well, here's the problem. Is it spending extra money? It is spending a bit extra money.
Yeah.
But like you're gonna spend the money anyway.
Yeah.
Whether you spend it on a bad netcode or a good netcode, you're not gonna. It's not the difference between 0 and rollback.
Listen, you would need some kind of super programmer to do this.
Yeah.
Is the fucking quote from I think the Tekken devs. We would need a super programmer to institute rollback.
I mean, the obviously GGPO's out there. It's now open license, right? Like, there's things you have to do in your game to allow it to run a third state off screen and then jump to that to correct itself, right? That might not be in your initial game code, and that's an understood fact. But we've seen people put rollback into existing games already. We've seen games from the past come back with it implemented. It is a cost you do incur, but it's not.
I'm really torn, and I'm getting
insane.
I'm getting toxic, and I think it might be League, but I'm in this weird place where it's like if the Guilty Gear devs come out and say, we're not.
You're not thinking about it right now, so you're like, I don't care to.
No. Let me finish. If they come out and be like, we're not going to do rollback. We really don't think it's the fit. I'm like, boy, I hope somebody fucking blows you dumbasses up with something with fuck. I hope that canon game fucking
comes and just
crushes your shit.
Yeah,
because you're all just too fucking stubborn.
Yeah. Like
it's annoying. I'm tilted about it.
It's
stupid.
At least it's at least honest in that they're saying that like the team is arguing, right? It's not even like we are as a united front.
And you know what?
Fuck
that
yourselves.
makes me almost even more frustrated because you know what the team is arguing? Someone's arguing their point, and someone's going, "Yeah, but it's just not the way we do it. It's just not the way things are done."
As someone who's been at dev studios during meetings that kind of sound like that, you'd be surprised how petty it can get.
This is the way we do things here.
It can get petty, right? And what will happen sometimes, and you know this tactic very well, right?
All right, let's hear it.
Let's hear it. Where if someone is valid in what they're putting forward, but someone else is loud, verbose, and strongly opinionated,
right?
Regardless of the facts.
There is a amazing article that somebody photoshopped with my head on it that was, wow, guy is super wrong, but also very loud, so who knows? Which I think sums this up perfectly.
Then the third person in the room who's holding the purse strings, might be.
Who knows? I can't tell. Which one do I shoot?
Right, because the facts matter less, and the big strong argument matters more. Loud.
Who can shake their baby fists harder?
And then who can go back to their desk and write up the perfect follow-up email to completely discredit the other person.
Persuasion is a skill.
It is. And it's unfortunately completely untied
to technical know-how or being right.
Or what is.
Yeah, or what is. Yeah. Persuasion as a skill has nothing to do with reality.
Trust me, as someone with an extremely low persuasion, I can't even say it.
Can't even say it!
My inability to formulate proper arguments for things I want to say on this podcast on a weekly basis frustrates me because I can't.
Did you know that if you were better persuasive, fighting games would be the most popular genre by now?
If I could explain better, so much clarity could be given to at least offer why I'm coming from where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
But I have a hard time with it, and I need time to formulate those words. It is one of my many
Just
flaws.
speak louder.
Yes.
It's a good tactic. That's my free tip of the day. Want people to believe you? Raise the volume 20%. It's crazy how well that works. It's stupid. It's upsetting. It's upsetting.
What I actually do is frequently put pauses and speed bumps and stops to stagger for time.
Yeah.
While I try to figure out.
That makes you look really contemplative and intelligent.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I'm actually trying to figure out how to say the best thing I can to communicate what I want to communicate effectively. And when I fail to get to it in the time frame, it sucks because then you just go, well, Wooly lost. And I'm like, yeah, I guess I did. I lost the debate point on the stage, even if it was in favor of...
and that's when you take your ball home, go start a new company, and make a better fighting game that has rollback netcode.
Yeah. So anyway, just... Hey, man, vaccines are important. Are they?
Yeah. But I used to be a model. Okay.
I'd rather if you called us vaccine risk aware. Thank you very much. Anti-vaxxers is derogatory.
Yeah. Well, I could call them some other names if they prefer. I'd be glad to.
Yeah.
Child murderers? How about that?
Yeah. So anyway,
my dad had fucking polio, and I brought this up to him, and he didn't even have words to say. He just kind of made a out-breath noise. And just nothing. Like, we should take everyone who's anti-vaccine and inject them with fucking smallpox. That's probably too much. That's probably too far.
Castle Super Beast...
But it would be poetic.
Castle Super Beast pro tip: when Pat begins a sentence with "we should," feel free to
just
mentally
stop listening.
Delete the rest of the sentence until it's over. Until you hear my voice again, then at which point you know it's safe.
All right, yeah.
Okay, so
no, you know what we should do is the real part is like.
So I implore everybody to go watch Talking Netcode with Adam Keits Hart.
That's really good.
If you have any care or want to know anything about the topic. And there's a discussion right now being had, which is really important as well, which is converting and translating this video into Japanese and then spreading it.
Oh.
So that Japanese people perhaps...
Yeah, that's one of the things. Hey, you want to... I mean, this is much wider than fighting games or even video games, but I see a lot of people, you complain about the animes or the mangas or the whatever. Are you complaining in the right language? Then your complaints will literally never be heard.
Yeah. It's such a candid discussion. It's so to the point, and it leaves no stone unturned in that brief period of time that, like, the person who is in that boardroom who's having a rough go trying to argue against the other person who is standing on the rock of tradition.
Help them out a little bit.
You have a provided list of bullet points in this video to help you win that argument. That's what this needs to do.
You know what's stupid? Tradition.
I agree.
I'm glad we can agree. You know... I've been somewhat deflated by your recent pro tip. I've lost some of my power. I'll figure out a way to get back. What else we got for news? Stuff happened. Speaking of Resident Evil, they finally fucking announced Resident Evil 3 coming.
Yeah, we can talk state of play. We can talk.
Oh, was that on state of play? I didn't even know. That was the only news that I heard coming out of it.
I had a very weird reaction to seeing Jill, because I was like, oh my god, that's how she dressed a little bit.
Not quite. She had a tube top and a skirt with a sweater tied around her waist. But the STARS uniform. That's one. That fucking paramilitary shit with the shoulder pads.
That's my brain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or the purple cat suit with the blonde hair from 5, which is terrible.
Wow, what a...
Yeah, she was in casual wear.
That's the botchiest
It's the shittiest. It's so awful. The blonde hair is...
It's like someone wanted her to be a different person.
Yeah, it did. But they wanted her to tie back into Chris. So Whatever. Yeah, Resident Evil 3. It fucking looks really good. Nemesis has a nose now.
They continued using and building stages after they finished 2. And
the speed that this is coming out, this had to have been in development for almost as long.
They never stopped.
There's no way this was not in development when RE2 was also in development. There's too much work to be done.
Yeah.
Looks the dodge move is in, which is important because I mean you played RE2, you fought Mr. X. Mr. X is a problem, but Mr. X walks top speed at a brisk walk. Nemesis sprints and shoots guns. So the movement abilities in 2 were not going to cut it. Now that we see that the dodge move is assigned to a button, problem solved with Nemesis. Dodges punches or die. Great.
The ability to do crazy mercenary shit is still probably not going to be a thing.
It's actually been replaced by Project Resistance, which is that multiplayer game they've been showing off for a while that people thought was going to be a standalone release. Nope, it's the multiplayer version of Nemesis.
Does that mitigate the pain any?
Absolutely. Who cares?
All right.
Like, I'm not going to buy it, so
it's
free.
It's in your RE3.
Yeah, I'll play it in an afternoon, I guess.
What do you think of the faces?
I think they're great. They weren't going to use any of the old people. They were going to do redesigns.
Jill
they get scanned in, and they're for performance capture. So, right.
Jill looks specifically European.
Sure, I guess.
In her features.
I like their redesign. The tube top. It is a fucking pre-order costume, which is a little surprising. But like the tube top with the mini skirt, it was like, really in the Zombo? Come on.
Carlos has a nose.
Carlos is scruffy as shit now.
Carlos has a honker.
Carlos is like he got changed from like South American pretty boy to like scruffy, like let's go fucking shoot some narcos looking guy.
Well, he still reminds me of Miguel.
He didn't used to look like Miguel.
Okay.
Now he totally looks like Miguel.
Okay.
You remember? Hey, Wooly, you played R2. You remember that fucking shower in the RPD on the second floor that had a busted wall?
Yep.
Nemesis is gonna break that the fuck down for sure, 100%. That's going to be his entrance when you go to the RPD, because the first level in RE3 is the streets. Then it's it's the west half of the RPD, and then you leave again. So but it's a day earlier. So that'll totally be him busting the wall down and being like, hey, I'm a big monster man. Hello. I have a rocket launcher. That's cool.
Yeah. What happens after this?
I would assume
you go on to 4 again, or do you go back to 1?
4 is the game that needs to be remade the least ever.
Right. Now,
ever.
And second is 1, right?
No, you could totally redo 1. In fact, there's an interview when they were doing the press tour for 2. They're like, it wouldn't be out of the question to make a remake of remake.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so. I think the next thing that we'll see next year is RE8. And it will be in this style. It will be
no need to go back in this.
It'll be after 7 and all this.
No need to revisit older.
No.
Code Veronica.
Fuck CVX.
Turn it into something else.
Turn it into a completely different game. Thank you. But Alfred Ashford's fucking hilarious. Oh.
0.
It'd be nice for 0 to be good. That'd be nice. But yeah, no,
it's like
they'll remake 5.
Yeah, because the cheapest thing to do would be just to keep the train rolling.
These are the 2 that people wanted.
Yeah.
That's the difference. Is that these were the 2 that were like the best setting they ever had, and were the coolest scenario and monsters.
But accomplishing success and gangbuster sales with these 2 is not going to make Capcom want to stop.
Yeah, but they should make RE8 in this style because it's the style. RE2 just beat its own sales record. Resident Evil 2 has now sold more than the lifetime units of Resident Evil 2, which is impressive.
They could also just make 8 like 7.
They should make 8 like 2 and 3. That's what I think.
People liked 7.
They did. But I mean, you can see
now you have 2 different.
You can
types
see
of
the
franchises.
development path of like 7 to 2 to 3 now, because like they are following it through fair. The number one thing, as somebody who's played all of these main lines, and it's like the number one thing in these games is that zombies are totally actually the best enemies they ever had. The molded suck. They're fucking terrible. The fucking goo monsters in the Revelations games are terrible. Like, zombies make for good goddamn enemies in a horror game. Just fucking shut up, make it the T-Virus again. And in 6, you had zombies, but they were running and sprinting. It's not the same. Give me a fucking... Give me an RE7 thing, but with zombos from the over the shoulders. Do it.
Completely. I had to stop and think about what 6 was.
You did, didn't you?
Yep.
Fucking mercenaries with goo arm on the right and AK on the left.
Yeah,
it's fucking trash, dude. It's the only mainline Resident Evil game I never finished.
Also, when did 2 come out?
Last year.
Yeah. Okay. So
that's why I'm like, next year feels like it would be RE8.
Rolling train.
There's no way they made this in a year. This had to have been like co-developed alongside. They also said it's not being developed primarily by Capcom. It's being developed by a new company from former Platinum employees.
What?
Yeah. The former CEO of Platinum made a new company with former Platinum employees to work for Capcom.
We got a name?
I don't remember the name of it. Yeah, 2 came out this year, yeah. What's the fucking name? Company working on RE3. It's fucking former Platinum Games CEO Tetsuya Minami.
Sapling, clover, seeds.
The company called M2 Inc. is operating just outside of Capcom's headquarters in Osaka and is contributing to the development of the publisher's just announced remake.
Well, that's very exciting.
So, so Capcom makes Clover, then Clover dies and becomes Platinum.
Seeds.
Then Seeds, then Platinum splits and becomes M2, which becomes a borderline subsidiary of Capcom.
Still its own entity outside, but like, sitting outside of Capcom.
Like 10 feet away.
This is how the beautiful Joe Okami gene.
Yeah, it's getting so silly.
This is how we get back.
It's so silly.
We come back to the family. Yeah, man, that's pretty dope. And plus, they have a model template of success to follow.
There are now 3 Capcoms, essentially.
I mean, what's the other Capcom?
Platinum.
Oh, no, Platinum's
Capcom.
Platinum's better than Capcom.
Get out. That's not true.
They haven't made a single fighting game, and I stand by that.
Is that your?
No, wait. I'm saying I think Platinum's just that good.
Okay. So wait, you're saying that the goodness of a company is defined by how little fighting games they put out?
No, I'm saying you would think I would go the other way on it.
Okay.
But sorry, I'm doing it again. You would think I would automatically go the place that all the fighting games were, but I'm going the other way on it because of the quality of what they make.
What you said was Platinum's way better than Platinum's way better than Capcom. They've never put out a fighting game, and I stand by that. And what that means is they're a great company. Great companies don't put out fighting games.
No, what that means is they've never put out a fighting game, and I stand by that.
All right, okay. Only a bad company would put out a fighting game.
So, yeah, track record. How many failures?
A couple, but they were licensed craps, so nobody pays attention.
And really, like I stand by the fact. I'm like, look, at the end of the day, the failures that were, if you're talking about Transformers, Korra, and Ninja Turtles, while Ninja Turtles was worse than those two, they still have some cool combat shit in them. And Korra and Transformers are not that bad. You know, I
like Transformers a lot better than Korra.
Yeah, that's fine. But there's some good ass combat happening in these games that have other problems. You know. They didn't make Star Fox Zero. They did asset creation. You know. So, but yeah, anyway, what Tekken is missing is that netcode. That was the link I wanted to draw earlier. Now we're talking about Platinum. So alongside this Platinum announcement, we might as well move right over to the first look at Babylon's Fall.
Hey, man. Hey, guess what? Do you like summon swords?
Specifically, Demon Sword Dante.
Do you like it?
Because I got tweeted towards a, hey, yo, check it out. It's Virgil Summon Swords, the game. And I'm like, no, that's Demon Sword Dante.
Yeah, but people don't know that.
Like,
a lot of people don't know that.
Summon Swords is...
old hat now.
Summon Swords is Astral Chain's Blade Legion abilities. The way you see this thing fucking using its different floaty swings, even the color and the way they appear and disappear is very much fucking like what you get in DMC5. Yeah. It also has like Nier-esque.
It does, yeah.
Self-autonomous swinging swords feelings to them. So that's what I think of. I think of Nier and I think of Dante. Yeah, you're looking at a fucking... So the footage is just a bunch of combos happening. At one point, the character does a wire snatch.
Yeah.
Like, just does it.
It's nice to see all the character action people just like basically working off of each other's ideas.
And confirming that with this video, they're like, oh, this game is going to play the way you were hoping.
Yep.
So we don't know anything about anything.
Yeah, it's still really vague.
No fucking info, but they showed you some character action combat, and you go, yep, good, okay. Platinum. Thank you.
Near-ish, platinum-ish. Good-ish.
Here's your launcher. Here's your air sting. Here's your wire.
Here's your little flashy effect on
Here's
the sword thing.
Here's your big boss.
Yeah.
Charging and doing the big boss boy thing. Here's a moment of you having a sword clash with the big boss.
And then you steal their sword.
And then swing it.
Yes.
So, we will find out more, but that's a Platinum game happening.
Hooray.
Also at State of Play, they showed off the fun little ditty that is Predator Hunting Grounds.
Does it look okay?
Looks okay. Looks like a Predator game. You do the Predator things. Still not evolve with a Predator as the asymmetrical monster. But the trailer did show off a canon female Predator.
So Tina
confirmed for Predator Hunting Grounds.
That's the right name, right? It's been a while since I heard it.
I mean, I like if they didn't get their shit from the old channel, then I don't know what. But
monster with titties. I would
love to hope. Yes, but I would love to hope that somewhere along the line, someone on the team. I'm not gonna say they saw our stuff first, but I'd like to think they saw our stuff while they were already making this stuff, and maybe
all they were searching for big old quote unquote research material.
They found that Plague of Gripes video.
Yeah.
And just watched.
I don't get it, man. Female Predator seems like the most unappealing of the monster women.
Yeah, you're right. You don't get it.
You know what? You win. I don't get it.
So
I also don't get the monster women thing in general.
It's always fun seeing how they implement the heat vision, and looks like they got it pretty right in this too. So yay, Predator stuff. April 24th.
Oh yeah, this March, April is gonna be fucked. By the way, enjoy playing the FF7 remake, Resident Evil 3, and Cyberpunk within a 5-week span.
Do you want to see the female Predator?
Nah, I've seen it.
Coward.
I suppose I am a coward, Wooly. I suppose I am.
State of Play also showed off a trailer for something really cool.
It's that optical illusion shit.
Superliminal.
So this is a remake of a college game called the Museum of Technology Institute, which is not a great name, but it is a cool game in which perception is reality.
Stanley Parable-ish vibes.
Lots of impossible space.
Love it.
Looks great. Looks cool.
Massively disorienting.
Very motion sickness causing, I'm sure.
Might in
At
VR.
some point.
In VR for sure. With a flat, regular screen, you'll probably be okay.
Yeah.
And by you, I mean me.
Yeah, but yeah.
Also scary, just because accidentally making objects gargantuan-sized and being fearful of being crushed by them.
Yeah, that happens every time I take my dick out.
Well,
you get used to the fear.
Game looks good.
Yeah, the game looks really good. I know somebody out there wants to give me a high five, so here you go. I did it for you.
No one wants to touch you, Pat.
I'm sure someone wanted to give me a high five. Come on, man. That's a high five. That's a high fiver right there.
One of the best reasons ever.
Yes.
For delaying a game.
Is to make it cooler.
Thank you.
I fucking knew you were going to say that.
Thank you, Gungrave
Oh,
G.O.R.E.
man.
Gungrave G.O.R.E. delayed to 2020 in order to make it a cooler game.
That's such a good quote. Ah! Now I care about this game.
The trailer they revealed got so many views and it motivated them so much that they had the drive to make the game even cooler than what they wanted to make. They will not give up until they present you with a cooler game. This is the official statement.
So good.
From the team behind Gungrave
Oh,
G.O.R.E.
it's so straightforward and honest and easy to understand.
Oh, fuck. A lot of people watch this. They're getting excited. We better make this shit really cool.
Oh, man.
Everybody stop what you're doing and work on cool shit.
I just walk over to a whiteboard, write cool, and then write in next to it, question mark.
But does this not explain and answer your questions about the cowboy?
Yeah.
Is this not what you wanted to know?
I don't get it.
This is the answer.
Just
All
make
the answers.
Make it cooler.
The answers are, why would he? Because shut up.
Shut up. He's cool, though.
That's it.
Zombie cowboy shoot gun.
He's got a cross on his back.
Why?
He's got coffins on chains.
But why?
He's got a cowboy hat.
But why?
Shut up.
Oh, it's cool. Yeah, that does completely explain that, doesn't it?
Hey, what a nifty little ad I'm running into on this website, showing off some fine merchandise here. Some t-shirts that can be acquired.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's a nifty little ad. Look at that. Oh, whatever.
Thanks.
Yeah. Oh, there it goes.
Wooly goes to move the monitor to show me and then gives up 1 second in.
Whatever. It's our shirts.
All right.
On Google Ad Search.
That's cool. I like that. They're good shirts. They're comfy to wear. They will make you more attractive than you normally would be.
That is true.
Somebody will go, oh man, is that a Wooly Versus and or Pat Stares At and or Castle Super Beast shirt? Damn. My genitals are aroused.
I was wondering what words you'd pick.
I mean, genitals is nice.
How do you cover all your bases?
It's all nice and all inclusive because then I gotta go like either or,
yep.
like, or I gotta go real detailed. And
one is textured, the other one
is. Or you could say blood is flowing to my fuck place.
Okay, well.
You could say that.
You could. No one can stop you.
You'd be like, my secondary sex characteristics are swelling with excitement.
Engorged.
Yeah.
Things are becoming engorged. Speaking of things becoming engorged.
All right. Okay. All right.
And jumping back to the platinum.
Okay.
Bayonetta and Vanquish 10th anniversary bundle launch edition hits February 18th, 2020 We had rumors because people were able to figure that somewhere there's some sort of Vanquish something happening. What's this all about?
Yeah, it was a little vague.
HD in the HD? What are we doing here? Bayonetta and Vanquish 10th anniversary bundle. Just
How
like
about
that.
we get a Bayonetta 3 trailer in that release?
Yeah, Nintendo will do when Nintendo wants to. I suppose. I don't know. I imagine there will be a proper direct.
Yeah.
To talk about Bayonetta when the time comes.
Hey, Vanquish and Bayonetta 1 are good games.
Now, everybody playing this, everybody listening to this, has already clearly played and or seen Bayonetta played.
And Vanquish.
And knows the deal.
Obviously.
Vanquish they might not have.
Yeah, that's true.
So...
the game we were always too cowardly to LP.
Yeah, well, everyone hearing this definitely checked out Wooly versus Bayonetta, certainly.
Obviously.
So, Vanquish, on the other hand, is a game that is equally amazing for Platinum, jumping into a genre and just fucking crushing it. Standards, and it is 100% worth your time to check it out.
It's a really incredible final boss fight.
It's very, very good.
Really incredible.
Vanquish is very, very good. It's very, very, very good. You're missing out if you haven't seen or played Vanquish. You should play Vanquish. It's very, very good.
You go real fast in that game.
Very, very good. Very fast. Shout outs to, God, what's the Twitter account?
Nailed it. You're doing it, man. You're doing it. Yeah.
Cool Twitter account makes amazing GIFs of awesome moments in
Sun
games.
Legend.
Sun High Legend.
Or Sun High Legend.
Put out a really cool Vanquish GIF to show you.
That dude puts out amazing work.
To show you what you can do in Vanquish in-game. Beautiful.
Is it Sun He or Sun High?
I don't know. I don't know.
That dude's the shit. I think he follows me on Twitter. I got really excited.
Yeah. GIF Master.
Somebody asked him, "Hey, how do you get these incredible moments?" And he's just like, "I do them over and over and over and over until it happens."
Yeah, it's like Desk. You just got to keep doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Desk is a really cool combo video person for fighting games.
I would not call him a person. I would call him a robot or some form of cyborg.
Desk is a really cool autonomous life form.
Yeah, he has the stupid shit he pulls. It's stupid shit. It's fucking Dumbo Gonzo crap he do with the fighting games.
Other news is gonna come to us from last night / this morning.
Why do they gotta do these things so early in the whatever, man?
Nintendo did an indie direct, and someone incorrectly tipped me off that it was going to happen right as this podcast was going down, but it turns out
we were getting ready to fucking live stream it, and then it was like I got here and Willie's like, "Yeah, it was like 10 hours ago." Well,
so what's going down is we've got the Nintendo World Showcase Nintendo Indie World Showcase, where they showed off a couple of different trailers. Of note, Golf Story 2 is called Sports Story.
Okay, cool.
So
I heard good things about Golf Story. Never played it myself.
Golf Story RPG where you're golf world.
You're golfing.
You're golfing.
Okay.
And you're doing RPG shit, but you're
golfing.
You're golfing. Now you're sportsing.
You're sportsing. I like that.
Streets of Rage 4.
Adam Hunter is back.
He's got a daughter.
He looks fucking great. Was that Skate? Grown up?
Maybe. I'm not a.
He looks cool as shit.
I didn't Sega too much, so I didn't Streets of Rage that much. But this game was really cool when I tried it, and I love the sprites. I love the sprite work here. Looks really fun. Good ass beat 'em up.
Skate's his brother. Okay.
So showing off. You can check it out in the trailer, but yeah, that's coming early next year.
Axiom Verge 2 got announced.
Axiom Verge 2 did get announced.
I like that they've completely inverted the color palette.
Okay, well.
And overall style.
Let's just go in order here. Gleam Light was the game with no UI that had Hollow Knight vibes to it.
Really?
Yeah. Kind of your little platforming, creature that looks almost like a red mage.
I'm gonna look at this. I'm gonna look at this.
Some ears,
Gleam
sticking
light.
out. And no HUD. You just kind of walk around and platform in this type of way. Very, very Hollow Knight vibes.
Okay, I can't search for images. I can only search. Oh, that does look like it. Oh, that does look like Hollow Knight. That really, really, really looks like Hollow Knight.
Yeah.
That's
Gleamlight.
Well, hey, you know what happens when you type in Gleamlight into Google?
Mm-hmm.
The first result is Gleamlight, the second result is Gleamlight game, and then the third result is Gleamlight Hollow Knight.
They showed off Bake and Switch, which is a party game like bake cook thing, like
Bake Cook,
like Overcooked or whatever. Super Mash they showed off, which seems pretty interesting because it's the kind of game idea that I like to think about. Actually, this is totally something from my playbook, where you pick two genres from a list of game design genres, and then it mashes them up.
Smash that stupid shit together
into a randomly generated new game. So you see shmups, platformers, JRPGs, Vania. Like there's a list of many cartridges that it cycles through, and then it generates a whole new type of game.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. So you see there's even like Sims like 3D. There's Zelda, Link to the Past style overworld, there's FF style RPGing, side scroller platformer, shmupping, so on and so on and so on and so on and so on. So it looks like it could be a pretty fun idea. And then you have to try and complete the mashed up level, and collect, I guess, reward cards for doing so. Lots of sprites of different kinds and qualities. Little Metal Gear references in there and stuff. Little fun stuff. So yeah.
I'm having trouble hearing you. I got just a blast of tinnitus just now.
Whoa.
Fucking sick. Oh, there it goes.
The Talos Principle is also getting...
That's that game about robots and puzzles and shit, right?
It's the puzzle game. Yep. It's the robots solving the puzzles. Another entry into the first-person puzzle genre. Cool.
Is that a genre? Yeah, I guess. I guess it is.
And I'm all about it. We got Sail Forth, Dauntless, Murder by Numbers.
Dauntless is bad. Thumbs up.
Oddworld Stranger's Wrath HD.
That's weird.
Skatebird. Talked about this at PAX.
Skatebird looks hilarious.
Skatebird. You are a bird on a skateboard, and you are doing your best.
That's just it.
End of story. When I played it, I thought it was very fun, and it continues to look fun based on this footage. Everybody, please enjoy Skatebird.
Makes me think somebody had a tech deck out and their budgies got on it and then rolled a little bit.
Yeah.
And the guy was like, "Ha ha! Oh man, that's adorable. All right, time to get to work."
Yeah. No. I would love to see the accompanying. I would like to imagine that's what the creator was thinking. I think she probably has birds, but I would love to see a real life inspired series of videos.
Check out my birds doing sick lip tricks,
putting their burbs on tech decks. Exactly.
Couple lambs.
Bird Up.
It's the worst show on television, everyone.
Liberated takes a page out of Inside. It is
Is it just Inside?
But it's not, because it's Inside, but it's happening inside of comic book panels, and it's super noir.
Okay.
But like the gameplay looks very inside when
when the moments are happening.
So this looks very cool.
That looks like Inside.
This looks like a really fun 3-hour game.
Are you guys getting this feeling that a lot of indie games now, when you look at them, you get this feeling of like, wow, that looks a lot like that other indie game.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know what that means? Mm-hmm. Indie games are becoming real games. It's a mark of maturity.
We're hitting saturation.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, and the top of those like reference points are becoming legendary.
Yeah.
Right? Like at this point, Undertale is cemented as
all-time great,
whatever big thing,
right up there with Earthbound.
Shovel Knight putting out their finally complete. They finally completed the journey.
They've put out like 5 Mega Man games,
and it was everything they promised with that initial Kickstarter, and they did it. They did all of it, and it's all going to be
Hollow Knight came out, and then
bundled
came out,
together,
and then came out, and then came out, and they were all the greatest. And now Silksong's going to come out one day in 10 years.
Shout outs to the Treasure Trove, by the way. Shovel Knight, go fucking support them making quality Shovel Knight shit for the last 5 years. Boyfriend Dungeon.
Date your weapon.
Pretty straightforward.
Your weapons, they're hot, man. You want to fuck them?
Questions?
You fuck them.
Done. It's like the Xeno, but in reverse.
Creepy dungeon crawling waifu game for girls.
For girls. The most important distinction necessary. Date your weapons, boyfriend dungeon. And then they show you the different archetypes and who they become. Yep.
Are they all smoldering with intensity?
They're all very square-jawed and eligible.
Yes.
Isaac, Sunder, Valeria, Sawyer.
Is one of them an elf boy?
Almost.
Yeah, I knew it. They got to put him in there.
I mean, he's a student. But yeah. Dreamscaper, The Survivalists, Axiom Verge 2, as you mentioned. Yeah. So that's all cool shit that was dropped, and please look forward.
Now commence forgetting half of the games we talked about. And done.
Don't forget about Skateboard.
Don't forget about that one.
Streets of Rage 4 is also very good.
I mean, that one doesn't need to be remembered. That'll get press.
And these other ones could be cool. Okay, so that is that. Yeah, that's pretty much the deal.
Did Wooly just spotlight a homoerotic dungeon crawler for more time than Axiom Verge? Yes, he did. That's fine though. Axiom Verge isn't a good game, and I can feel it.
Problem?
I can feel it.
Problem?
It's hitting me. Do you ever feel like you're psychic because you feel other people's thoughts?
Mm-hmm.
I feel very psychic right now.
Mm-hmm. What's up?
Axiom Verge sucks. I don't like it.
Oh.
I don't like it. It's bad.
Oh, from the way you jumped to it in the conversation.
The second one looks way better.
I didn't think that was the case.
I think the first game is like hideous.
Wow.
I didn't like any of the power-ups.
Wait, don't you hate Metroid?
I don't like the original Metroid games.
So then,
yeah.
What? It's a fucking. What's the point of this conversation?
I don't know. I can't figure out what the exact line has to be crossed for me to like them to not. Because I like the Primes. I love the Primes.
Well, those are very different in gameplay.
I like all the games that were based off of Metroid, but not the actual Metroid games. It's very weird. I don't know what the deal is.
Do you?
Yeah.
Do you like the games that were based?
Most of them, yeah. Whenever something has Metroid elements, I'm like, I like that.
Did you like Zeo Drifter?
I don't know what that is. So I mean, question mark?
I thought it was a write-off for you entirely.
I don't get it. I don't get Metroid. I think it's mainly I just don't like shooting a gun in a Metroid game. I like swing sword. That's better.
I think both can be satisfying if designed in a really good way.
Sure. I guess.
I mean, you don't have a gun in Metroid. You have a plasma buster.
Oh, get the fuck out of your fucking ass with that distinction.
No, but it specifically like doesn't feel like a gun. Certainly, it's meant to just like shoot these little.
Fine, I don't. I would rather swing a melee option than fire.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fucking asshole. Well, it's not a gun usage. It's a plasma cannon. Actually, it's different.
Well, it is different though, because notice that it has a huge impact on the way, let's say, what's that game called? Shadow Complex feels. Because you pull out, you fire guns in Shadow Complex, right?
I actually really like Shadow Complex.
Yeah. And it's not like...
I think it's the projectile travel time.
Yeah.
I think that might be
that's the Mega Man-ish thing.
Yeah.
Right?
But I like Mega Man.
But like these, and like Shadow Complex, it's more of a hit scan.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a gun. Like...
Shadow Complex doesn't hold up as well as you think it does, by the way.
But my point makes sense.
Bummer.
Like, it does make a difference, you know?
Why can't Metroid crawl?
Shadow Complex doesn't hold up?
No, I was playing it a little while ago, and it wasn't the crazy breath of fresh air that it used to be. Because Shadow Complex came out at this era of like this massive dearth of those kinds of games. Now there's a bunch of them.
Mm-hmm.
So the context and the bar for quality has raised since then.
Yeah, no, we've come a long way. That's 2 generations ago.
Sure is. Oh. No thanks. I don't want to go back to the 360 generation. That was a bad generation. The worst generation, if you will.
I disagree.
I'm sorry. You need to pay me your $10 for your online pass to disagree.
Oh, that's a bad part. But a lot of fucking crazy shit came out in that era.
All right, well then what's your worst generation?
The one before Nintendo. The Atari crash.
Were you even alive during that?
Yes.
Are you sure?
No.
That's not fair.
Didn't that happen in the 80s?
Yeah. But
yeah.
You were only born in 88?
Yeah,
88?
I'm an 88 kid, am I?
Are you? 89?
No, I'm not.
87?
Nope.
I don't know. Just tell me the...
85.
85. So you're actually a year older than me. Okay. Because I was born in 86. Okay, there we go. 85. What, did the Atari crash in like 88, 89? The NES came out in 85. So no, you were not alive during that period.
It was still the worst period.
Fuck off.
It was the worst generation.
We're talking literal... It wasn't even a generation until the NES. Video games start at the NES.
All right.
Get this boomer shit out of my face.
All right, Resident Evil 4. All right. Yeah.
Anyone old enough to argue this point is somebody I don't want to listen to.
Worst generation when I was alive. I mean, the problem is the highest highs and the lowest lows, like, kind of go hand in hand, right?
Yeah.
Now, the time that I felt like the most dead with interest was almost like the Wii shovelware era.
That was the 360 PS3 era.
But like when it hits its lowest lows, you're also like,
because for me that era
highs,
is me having to send in multiple 360s because they would die, all the online pass, season pass shit, lock DLC shit happening, the PS3 being a piece of shit, and the Wii being the biggest letdown ever.
Street Fighter 4 and you know what? I'm falling into it again. I'm falling into that. I can't formulate my points quickly. I have no retort here. There's I drop my mouse. Here it is again.
Did you drop it or did you throw it in a rage?
Here's literally exactly the moment where, yeah, give me 10 minutes to come back to this.
Okay. While you start throwing your things around like the baby tantrum one would expect of Pat. That's my gimmick. I do the baby tantrums. Don't steal my gimmick.
Yeah, I don't know. I get. What did you? It was the first thing you said that was the worst generation.
Yeah.
Or was the first thing you said like that? that generation is garbage, or I don't want to go back there. What was the first thing you said? Because was the first thing like if it was a comparative statement to the greatness of other generations,
yeah, I think
my brain would have went down another path versus if it was just objectively saying that generation was garbage.
Well, I mean, that shit was garbage.
Yeah, so my brain is inclined to go, wait, that doesn't make sense. There's a whole lot of really good stuff that came out.
I don't know.
For
me, those are necessarily comparative.
Now, if you're going like mountaintop to mountaintop, right? If you're going, the best of the PS1 era to the best of the PS2 era to the best of the PS3
you judge that shit by the worst.
Then it's getting
judged
wild.
by the worst.
There
are some fucking lows in that.
You could go for the half generation of the Dreamcast in between the others.
Talk about lows, man. Oh,
you can go for the
Dreamcast sucked.
The alt.
We're far enough away that we can talk about the fact
you can
that
go from
the Dreamcast
for the alt
terrible,
generations like the Jaguar and the Panasonic.
I don't consider those real.
Okay, well,
I don't think they really existed.
But they were late. They were after PlayStation 3, right? Oh, sorry, they were after the PlayStation 1's a couple of years.
Man, that shit
existence. So you have these half-step garbage generations that you can point to.
I don't think the Jaguar is a real console. I don't think it ever really existed. I think everyone's playing a big joke.
There's full-on eras based on generational divides that you can go look up the wiki.
Well, I mean, if you had an N64, that was obviously the worst generation for you because
but yeah, I bought so many games during the 360 era.
Yeah, me too.
That I'm like, that doesn't sound right. That's essentially the basis of my objection. Is what?
Some of that.
There's so many good games I bought.
It was also like the creation of the DLC.
I mean, on an industry adaptation level, that's a different metric.
I don't know. I throw it all together in one big pile so that I can make whatever point I want to make.
I hate lists. They're not nuanced enough.
What are you talking about? Lists are great. Go check out the views on the What Culture top 10 wrestling moments that weren't really scripted.
I didn't say lists aren't popular. I didn't say lists don't gather the most, but personally, I hate him. I don't like it. I don't like it.
The top 5 things that Wooly hates talking about. Number 1, vomit? No, that's obviously not true. We talked so much about vomit today.
Yeah. It's just a call to yell about shit that, like, probably in some cases you can't, like, in many cases it's apples and oranges. Yeah. But it's like, rank those fruits, asshole.
Well, if you're eating them, apples are better than oranges, but if you're drinking them, oranges are way better than apples. Also, apples used to be oranges.
The direction it invariably goes in is that of GameFAQs list makers.
Yeah.
And that's just fucking garbage.
There's a primal fucking...
It's just garbage.
Primate, like, monkey desire of mine to see that fucking L Block win again every year. Do they still do that even?
I thought you were going a completely different direction. Because I thought you were going to say there's a primal... urge in all of us to list and rank and see the best.
Well, I mean, that is actually innate. Yeah.
Yes. Right. Totally. And it reminds me of that episode of Penn and Teller's Bullshit.
Yeah.
I think it was like in the 3rd or so season.
Yeah.
Where they have an episode called The Best.
Yeah.
And it's just like, our obsession with the best is stupid.
And that's why you shouldn't pay your tax. What? Sorry?
And it's a really good episode. It's a really good episode of that show where they basically just go like, yeah, everything we do, all we market, our entire lives are all about trying to pitch quality at people in this like way that like acts as if everything has a universal metric when it doesn't.
Yeah.
So when it's like, yo, make a fucking top 10 list, I'm like,
hey. Or the top 5 rappers of all time.
You putting Big? Just say whether you put Biggie over Pac, so we can decide whether it's coming to blows, right?
No, it's Dylon, and Dylon, because he spits hot fire.
Yes, there you go.
That's the only top 5 list you ever need.
That's all you need. Yeah. It either goes down, like it's either going to be top 5. It's the most discussed. It's either top 5 rappers or top 5 comedians, and then it just
it's incredible
it becomes
to me where all you have to do is say X is better than Y, and people's like animal brains turn on and they go insane.
But that's all, and that's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
all I'm trying to say is, hey guys, remember pro scub, anti scub?
Yeah, anti scub forever, pro scub go die.
Like, that's all.
I feel like pro scub, anti scub is this amazing way to tell what somebody's personality like.
Yeah.
It's like, given no information, are you pro or against it?
That's it. You know? And if
the fucking chat for this stream podcast just exploded the instant you said the word scub.
I know. But even before that, when it was like when you were talking about the generations and the this and the that and the list of the games and all that stuff, and we're just going through these different bits of it, and I'm like, what am I trying to say here? And it took me this long to get to the point that is like, I don't like lists, and pro scub, anti scub is a really good example of a comic that kind of established this point for me already.
Yeah.
And I can't pull that out in the first 15 seconds, and it would help me so much better if I could.
Oh, the trick is really easy. Well, you don't actually argue your real point. You just find whatever dumb bullshit you can think of to tap into people's dumb animal brains and make them stupid, so then they'll listen to anything you say.
I mean, remember when we started talking about vomiting in the shirts?
I do.
Okay, so the way you went on that was you took a stance that made me the advocate for shirt vomiting.
That's right. Now you are pro shirt vomit.
When I mentioned it at the beginning of me mentioning it, I was bringing it up to describe
like a possibility.
A possibility that can result in a horrible mess.
Yeah.
But based on the stance you took, the back stance you took
immediately,
and then thrust it at me.
Now you want to vomit in people's shirts,
and now I'm forced to defend shirt vomiting.
You have to. It's the only way. You need to do it.
And then I'm like, okay, hold on, stop. I was not advocating for shirt vomiting at the beginning of this discussion,
but
Pat has forced me to have this discussion. Now I'm going to find a place where what is acceptable to me if the circumstance is bad.
And by the end of the podcast, all anyone's going to remember that Wooly told you to vomit into your shirt for fun.
Yes.
And if you vomit anywhere other than your shirt, you're disgusting.
This is literally how it works.
It's crazy.
You did it another time earlier in this podcast.
Yeah.
Where I had to say, stop, you're putting out a stance that is positioning me in a place that I was not going.
It's funny because people are naturally oppositional, right? And it's this thing that back when I did martial arts a million years ago, and I'm sure you learned this in boxing, is that when you push on somebody, they very naturally push back. So all you have to do to make somebody take a stance they don't want to do is just take the opposite stance and put your fucking flag in the dirt and go, I don't think you should vomit in your own clothes.
And the next thing you know, I'm talking about barfing in Steph's purse.
Yeah, and now Steph's going to come home. People are going to message like, Wooly's thinking about vomiting in your purse?
And that's not even where I was going to begin with.
He says it's the moral imperative.
I was literally bringing it up to talk about how it usually probably ends in a horrible mess.
Yeah.
But anyway, this is the whole thing, because the entire takeaway is now, this is an attribute of Wooly's.
It's crazy.
So the fact, like, you doing this over the course of years with me not around, what chance do I have to not be associated with
the only
more?
way you gotta do is play dirtier. You gotta play dirty. You just gotta invent things. Did you know that Pat actually shits his pants every time he says he's worried about it?
Yeah, but I am the.
But I've covered that ground.
I am the forced straight man to your shenanigans.
I've seeded it.
There is no.
People are so ready for me to shit my pants.
Yes.
That when I said I was going to cancel a stream because I was running to the bathroom, the overwhelming consensus was like, fuck you, coward. Do it, you pussy. Shit your pants.
Like,
that's weird. I may have gone too far.
You're asking me to have an underwater battle, and you have scales and gills.
Yeah.
You know?
Wooly, play to win.
Like,
why would you ever fight fair? Ever.
It's not even about fighting.
Yeah, it is. Human nature is confrontational. If you're not fighting, what's the point of living? And we gotta kill Superman. I once on a stream started talking about, well, what would the point of this perfect society be? If there's no conflict, then there's nothing to live for. Then there's no one to fight. And if you're not fighting anyone, why are you even getting up in the morning? Because the nature of all human existence is conflict. And I'm like, oh, I'm a supervillain. I have become an actual supervillain.
And in the moment, when my brain detects a possibility at comedy gold,
yes,
I then go, all right, let's sit here.
Let's sit here and
let's
do it.
take this
Let's
stance.
do it. Yeah.
And then it goes. Yeah. And I implore the viewer
and or listener at home
to listen carefully and with an ear for detail to possibly see if you can detect these moments if and when they occur.
Oh, it's
where I put forth
you could write an essay.
A supposition.
Yeah.
And you throw back a line. You draw a line where I had none. There was no line in my discussion.
Does there need to be a line in this sand?
But the line is drawn, and then suddenly, by you standing and yelling across that line, the bit begins, but I have to take a stance that I did not call to begin with.
I really like ice cream. Vanilla ice cream is the best ice cream, and if you don't think it is the best, you are a fool.
I'm not saying it happens every time, but it certainly happens often enough.
What can I say? I can't help it. It's my nature.
If it's funny, it's for the best.
Well, sometimes it's not as funny as you think.
No. And then other times, like, other times you're like, wait, I'm into what now?
That's
what I defended what?
Guys.
What are you talking?
And
when
you know
did
what?
that happen?
Hey, guess what? It applies to everyone at home. You're into it now. Everyone who wanted to avoid a smelly floor, you like to puke in your own clothing. That's you. That's you at home.
Like, I don't even remember them. I was trying to think of an example to be like, here's an example of something that I was put onto a stance on that I literally do not believe / I'm not even really that much of an advocate.
You believe dogs can't talk, which is extra insane.
Right, and then we saw that clip of the person making the dog go and press the buttons to say the words, and then someone else came back and said, that's not the same because it's a pattern recognition thing that you can teach.
Well, Wooly, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
How do you explain Caesar Milan, the dog whisperer?
I guess I'm
he
not
talks
a dog
to
whisperer.
Dogs. You gonna argue with Caesar?
You know that the term whispering came from, like when they had the horse whisperer, right?
That's the first time I ever heard of it.
Yeah, and like it came from the fact that if you're not whispering a horse into submission, then you're breaking a horse into submission.
Yeah.
And the process of breaking a horse into submission
very traumatic.
Is literally like beating it into slavery.
Yeah, it's not good. Happy horse, better than sad horse.
Because it like a horse that is ridden is a horse that you've had to tame by effectively making it like subservient through beating and torture.
Yeah. Like, I think about Elmo in the house. Elmo the cat. He's stupid. But Elmo the cat thinks he is the alpha in the house. And you can see this because he's always trying to stand on top of us. No matter what he's doing, his, like, arm has to be over your arm. And while you're all like, oh, that's cute, he's holding hands. No, he is asserting dominance.
Now, I'm not saying that it's not a cool job description to walk around telling people, yeah, they call me the horse breaker.
Yeah. That's you put that over your name in an MMO.
However, it's kind of fucked that it's like, it's almost when you think of like, oh yeah, well like a dog will just kind of automatically turn into a buddy.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, that's not a horse.
No,
a horse needs to be beaten into listening to you.
Or you just talk to the horse a little bit.
Turns out.
Give it candy.
Turns out.
Yeah.
And the next thing you know. But what about all this breakery?
Well, seems you've been perpetuating a horrible abuse that had legitimate options. Oops. The only way to get your kids to listen to you is to punch them in the head. That's weird. My kids listen to me and I never punched them in the head. No, you must be lying.
Let's take some letters and get the fuck out of here.
Hey, let's get some letters. It's email time. Hey, emails, it's a form of letter.
castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
Oh, by the way, I completely forgot that Observer, a game with Rutger Hauer in it. It's all cyberpunk. Game's great. Made by the Layers of Fear devs. It's really fantastic.
I completely forgot that if you want to tune into Death Stranding, Naruto Shippuden Ultimate Ninja Storm 3 Full Burst, or Indivisible, you can check that out over on Wooly Versus.
That's a weird spread.
I will also be, as I was advised heavily, and it is true, I was going to do Killer Instinct stream on Thursday night, but I was advised against
Yeah, you should do the Game Awards.
Yeah. So I'll be doing the Game Awards.
You should do the Game Awards, and then every time after the Game Awards, you get to cry looking at the numbers that are 1/100th of whatever number you get during the Game Awards.
Yeah.
And it's like,
yeah,
really?
Folks want to watch the trailers, and
they want to see you rag on the result on the shit
stuff. It is what it is.
I want the Schick Hydrobot to be there this year.
There's a high percentage chance that a bunch of studios that made games that I haven't played will result in me not having much to say about the said studios or their games. But
hey, that's how it go.
And then we will so yeah, I'll be doing that on Thursday with Min and Reggie.
Just play Killer Instinct on a little monitor in a
then,
little window.
And then KI will be done at first possible opportunity following, probably for next week. And then we're gonna have the variety stream on Saturday since I'm not out of town this time around.
What does variety stream mean exactly in this context?
Salt party, just playing a bunch of games that we can
a bunch of bullshit
around in, basically. So that's going down on Wooly Versus. That's on Twitch and on YouTube. I had other fun ideas that unfortunately I was unable to do due to busy schedules from other folks. But stick around and tomorrow and Friday are going to be big ass busy days because I was sick. We were unable to do our normal recording stuff. So tomorrow,
oh boy,
full ass day, Death Stranding in the morning.
Yeah, definitely do that one first.
Death Stranding at 1 p.m. Eastern, and then Game Awards at night. Friday morning, Indivisible, followed by Naruto on Friday night, and then Saturday night is going to be Salt Party. So, lots popping off.
Well, every time I hear somebody say something's indivisible, I want to yell out, "You can't divide that." I don't know why. It just pops in my head every time. You can't.
Yep. So quick looks, one-offs, fun things, party games, puzzle boys, things like that. All of that can happen very handily on something like a Saturday variety stream. So I hope everybody enjoys those.
Guess I'm an asshole. Oh.
We got one coming in.
Who's coming in?
Commander D.
Hey, Commander D, what up?
Their Stadia cast. I was listening to last week's podcast when the discussion of Half-Life Alyx came up and VR in general. An ideal VR full game. It's true. It's still an abundance of super short VR experiences, but I want to bring your attention to a game that's been almost totally unmentioned, except for one time by Jake Kaufman. Elite Dangerous. The latest in the 35-year-old spaceship simulating series. It's now about 5 years old itself and has one of the best VR games available. In it, you can sit your ass down on a spaceship or a space buggy, and assuming the role is a freelance pilot, you can fight, trade, or explore your way around a one-to-one simulation of the Milky Way. And that's it. It's great. There's no gimmick version of Elite available for VR play. It's just a regular full game, no different than what's available through a monitor. With VR, you can look around in your ship seamlessly, and there's no need to leave the comfort of your couch.
That game has serious problems. I don't mean to deflate this poor person's email, but that game, it does have significant, systemic problems.
Yep. There's no end to it. You simply immerse yourself in the mundane, exciting opportunities of spacefaring at your own pace. My ideal of virtual reality experience is this. What's yours?
It would honestly be something like Elite Dangerous, but better. Space exploration in a VR cockpit seems like the most obvious and natural fit.
For me, my ideal VR experience is any game that puts me in a cockpit.
It just seems so obvious, right?
It's the best. That's the simulation I want. Like, that's why I loved that X-Wing demo so much. It's why I love the Zone of the Enders Jehuti bit there, even though it got really unwieldy for a couple.
Yeah.
It was still like, I love the feeling of like, being in that cockpit, because that's one of those fantasy cool things you just get
I want
to
to hit the
fulfill.
levers.
Yeah.
Like, I remember playing Steel Battalion the one time we played it. I'm like, this game sucks, but this game's incredible. Right? Like, the controller 100% made every part of that game.
I am always going on about how I love to see my characters in third person. I will absolutely forego that for the ability to fully immerse with a cockpit.
Yeah.
I don't get that feeling if it's just, here's my hands floating in a gun.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the hands.
I don't care about that. But for a cockpit, I'll do it.
Yeah. Put me in a ship.
We got one coming in here. For Yomi from Dallas says, Dear Castle Cowards, I've been working on putting together a project about imposter syndrome because I feel it quite a bit, and I want to know if it's a normal thing.
Yep.
No matter how often someone praises me for something I did, if I want to downplay it to the point of just saying I'm terrible or mediocre at best. So I want to ask if you guys have any moments where you feel like imposters.
Humility is an incredibly important value that is too often exacerbated to the point of self-deprecation that is harmful. Imposter syndrome is so fucking common in this business. Everybody get it. Like, the one that always gets me is I do like, ha ha ha, I did a stream, ha 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 ha, and then I see like fucking incredible painting of like me and Paige and the cat and in some amazing thing, and I'm like, that's a real talented person. That's a real skill.
Yeah, I don't know a single facet of my life that I'm like putting time into where I don't feel imposter syndrome.
Yeah.
The answer is 100% of the things I do.
I think social media did it.
It didn't used to be everything, but then that became a part of it, possibly. I think like when you go into something like fighting games, for example, you're gonna get humbled real quick on that.
Or you'll be miserable,
right? And then and any other thing that you give your time into, where you're like, look how much further other people can be in this, and like, obviously comparison is the theft of joy. We all know this. But
ooh, I've never heard that.
Oh yeah. Oh, live by that.
Oh, I like that.
Live by that.
Is that the companion piece to imitation is the sincerest form of flattery?
It might be, but I much prefer comparison is the theft of joy.
That's good. I like that.
And as someone who like what we do, right? And just being out there and being subjected to as much positive and negative feedback as you can handle on a given basis, you are forced, like I said, I used to speak with more confidence in general, right, before. Now I speak with no confidence because I'm always questioning how wrong I am about something.
I've had
ready for the call out.
I have the complete reverse thing happen to me.
Yeah.
I used to speak with no confidence, and I think you even remember me being like that. Mm-hmm. And now I have to speak with confidence, because if I don't speak with confidence, I won't speak at all.
Yeah. And as someone who wants to generally try to not be wrong about things if I can avoid it by learning, the call out, as I'm someone who like is constantly trying to think about how to fix a thing, is going to be like, oh fuck, you're always wrong. Everything you've ever said is going to have someone say you're wrong about it.
Shitpost posted another screenshot of me holding the book.
Right. And then it took it took a couple years before I think any of us realized that the person calling out authoritatively might also be wrong. Right? Wasn't aware of that. We weren't even streaming.
No.
Right?
We were just doing the LPs.
Right? And then like moments when a stream thing happens and someone throws it out there and then it gets like shown to be like, no, that was bad advice.
One guy is so wrong.
One guy. Yeah. but so sure. Right? But there's times when it's not that. There's times when it's the many, and even in the times when it's the many, and you're like, okay, this is a problem with the way I'm approaching this. It's impossible to not feel imposter syndrome, especially like
Oh, in this business, there's always somebody that's kind of like you, but is way more successful than you are, well, right off the bat.
The number one, there's a couple of the old version of things would be when it's the walk home after the first session of a new LP that feels good.
Yeah.
And you're like, that game was fun.
That was good.
Had a good session.
Nailed it.
A lot of fun jokes.
Crushing it.
Can't wait. And part one makes
goes
you
up,
feel
and you're like
shit.
And unfortunately, the reverse does not happen. When you go, oh my God, that session was terrible, and it goes up and it's great, you don't feel like, oh wow, and everything worked out great. You go, oh, well, that's lucky. Whew.
Yeah. But when it just comes down to you're not learning the game as fast as I guess everyone else did, or something else.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just your first session was shorter than theirs was.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever the factors are that led you to not draw the same conclusions.
I can think of a couple that you just reminded me of, and I went,
It makes you paranoid about everything, and it makes you second guess stuff, and it makes you super feel imposter syndrome. And I also feel it, like, not even when it comes to gameplay, but in the context of, like, streaming the Game Awards, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's a bunch of AAA American companies that I don't overlap interests with.
Yeah.
So I have nothing to say about them.
No. Just shit all over them. Just be negative.
And
everybody likes it.
But it's also like different groups of people show up for different purposes,
yeah.
right? If you wanted me to talk about Bethesda, I have nothing to say.
Well, I mean, honestly, at this point, that exact emotion and statement that you just put out is a completely understandable and viable emotion.
But that's just a company that's way over there. But it's always been over there.
Yeah.
It's not even they used to be here and now it's over. No, that was never overlapping. I have nothing to talk about with that, right? Or a bunch of like stuff that you go super hard into with companies that are like there's stuff that you guys used to be able to talk about with certain like God, I'm trying to think of one. Like, what's a big American AAA company that puts out a lot of shit that's very important that I've never even said their names casually once.
I mean, you said Bethesda. That would probably be the number one.
That'd be the biggest one.
I think the one in reverse was when I came into the podcast a couple years ago and was playing Witcher 3 and looked at a fucking row of blank faces as I was playing what was at the time the most popular game released the entire year.
Sure.
And that's the reverse of that. It's
sure.
like
But it's
Rockstar.
I was about to say Rockstar. I looked at my shelf.
I'm playing Red Dead right now.
I looked at my shelf and I saw Red Dead, and I was about to say Rockstar, right? Like, yeah, perfect example. I haven't touched any Rockstar things since the first GTA 3 and then the first two early GTA games, right?
Like the first two, or you mean like San Andreas and Vice?
No. Grand Theft Auto.
Oh, like the top-down shit?
Yes.
These games are kind of bad.
Yeah, and then and I played the first GTA 3.
Yeah.
And then I didn't bother with the stuff after that, right? Naughty Dog. Naughty Dog is a but I like Last of Us.
Yeah.
But whatever, So I'm just saying, like there's a part of this that where
the chat feels like they're the shelf. Because when you look over at the shelf, you're actually looking at your camera as well.
Oh, well, I don't know.
Look into them.
Now I'm looking. That's different.
Look into them. They are. Oh.
But the point though is kind of like that if I'm if there's a big part of that like everyone's familiar with because you guys talked about it, for example, and if anyone happens to be following along with the stuff I'm going into, but I don't have that, I have nothing to offer in this empty space to talk about a Rockstar announcement, because I have no fucking clue.
I do know what that feeling is like, and
so
that feeling is like when I'm watching
syndrome.
The Nintendo Direct and the final thing they show off is Animal Crossing, and everybody get big mad. I still don't get that shit.
Yeah, I just like it's like for better and for worse, I have a fucking lane, and
you have a lane. You'll play. Fuck it.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
You playing top? You getting fed? You getting big feed?
So yeah, that's it, man. I just feel out of my element so often. In especially something like the VGAs, or like an E3 show.
I don't think many people
where someone walks out on the stage and talks for 20 minutes about like fucking Dead by Daylight.
That's a good game.
I know. I hear it's good. I don't care.
Why don't you play a card game in the bottom right? Play Teppen on the screen.
Yeah, but like, you know what I mean? It's like I wish I had something to say here, but I don't.
Just do this meltdown shit right on that. Just do it. Yeah, just do that.
I'm just me.
Just start slapping your tummy and going.
I can't not be me.
Yeah, you can. It's real easy.
You know, so that's it. And that's all. And it's a whole lot of those. And then here's the one like random niche Japanese dev walking up that I'm like, oh, it's that cool thing. I got feelings and stuff.
And then a cane pushes him off the screen before he can talk.
You know.
Are you all right, Wooly? This question seems to put you on the verge of a fucking meltdown.
I'm really, really full of imposter syndrome in every aspect of my life.
Wow, okay.
Including the biggest main one.
Okay.
And it applies on a day-to-day basis.
Well, I mean, I've had my own struggles with this, and my best advice to you would be, both to you and to you, writer at home, was it Yomi? Yomi writing in from Chicago, you said?
Whatever.
And those of you in the chat, the best thing that I could tell you is to just start lying.
Yeah.
Just lie to yourself.
Yeah. Right.
That's what positive thinking really is.
Play other shit for once, Wooly. I'm in the process of trying.
Fucking positive thinking.
I'm super trying.
Is just self-deceit.
And the games that are here that are happening are like, I mean, for one, like Naruto's highly requested and lots of, but like, and is going through that whole funny thing of before, but like Indivisible and Death Stranding are very highly anticipated games that I'm definitely excited for to drop, and they're new, and I'm like, I definitely want to know what happens in these games.
Relax, you're arguing with the chat.
I know, but I'm just saying that the slate of games to get to that is not based on like something new that's about to drop is filled with shit that's out of my wheelhouse.
Yeah.
Filled, right? If I wasn't in the middle of really long ongoing games right now,
Death Stranding is long as fuck.
If I wasn't in the middle of those games right now, I'd be doing a ton of games that are way not what I'm used to, because I'm super down to try new shit and explore. And like one of the feedback complaints about like me sticking to my niche with terms of like getting feedback recently and stuff was like, but I've been really trying to not do that. Like in some cases reaching out into games where I'm like, I never would have taken a look at this otherwise. You know?
You got a example that jumps out right now?
Yeah, like, I want to cycle back. I'll kill the fucking hype of it if it was going to be. But I 100% want to do, as soon as, like, one of these is done, I want to get it so that the channel is not in a...
Oh, no, I meant thing that you had already done. I did not mean to blow open any particular announcement.
Oh, because there's a bunch of non-woolly games that I'm like, yeah, I'm totally down to jump into this. I never would have otherwise. Sorry, what did you mean?
I meant, no, because you said like a bunch of games. I misunderstood what you said. I thought you meant that there had been a bunch of games you had done recently that were out of your wheelhouse. But you meant upcoming.
Upcoming, certainly. Stuff that I have done, like when I picked up something that is like,
well, he's announcing a Dragon's Dogma LP right now.
No, but that's like, but the length of that was certainly the part of the question. But that's the kind of thing where I'm like, yeah, that's an unexpected bit, and like, who knows where that might go. I definitely consider that. But like, yeah, the wheelhouse thing is really actually, like, I mean, fucking RE2 was not something that would go on my list.
Yeah, that game was comfortably outside.
Looking at a Plague's Tale, looking at Outer Wilds, looking at all
Plague's Tale's so good.
You know what I mean? Looking at a bunch of these things is just not super on the thing. And like, there continues to be those choices, but if there's something that comes along that like takes an obvious precedence based on like what it is, the history I have with it, and its like priority impact, like Astral Chain, Indivisible, or Death Stranding, you know what I mean? Like, these are big games associated with the shit that I care about the most it's like those things are going to take these slots, but given the choice, I would be trying to expand a bunch, I guess. So yeah, as soon as the first opportunity allows me to, I definitely do want to like sort of
all right,
do the play new shit woolly.
Not to kneecap you here, buddy.
Sorry.
But the initial context of the thing, do you guys ever get imposter syndrome?
All
Is
the
that
time.
normal?
All the time.
Yeah, totally.
All the time.
It's super normal. Particularly in lines of work that the average person still considers to be not real jobs. And I'm going to cycle that around to anyone that's ever been touched on by the For Exposure Twitter account. Musicians, artists, whatever this is, right? My dad worked in a factory. And he fucking worked 8 hours a day in a factory, and he came home and he was tired. And it was an incredibly clear identity as to he was a working man, right? Me? I'm sitting in front of a camera talking about video games. Do I even have a real job? I don't know. Thanks for the question.
The hope, of course, in going into new things is that you're going to be able to care about them enough to be passionate about them.
Yeah, it's like creepy sex shit.
Otherwise, if you're not, then it's just a waste of everyone's time.
It's like when you see
you shouldn't have tried.
It's like when you see Julia's disgusted face, and you're like, oh, something just blossomed in my heart.
Yeah.
Let's explore this.
Yeah, 5 years ago, Wooly said he wished, Dear Castle Super Cheeks, Brett says, 5 years ago, we wished you were further along in the first-person puzzle genre. What do you think about that now? Yeah, we just saw Superliminal and Stanley Parable and games like that came out. And The Witness.
It's a really cool fucking genre.
It's a cool genre.
That is apparently really hard to make. Because you have to be really smart. You know, it's not first person, but I feel like Baba Is You totally fits into that kind of wheelhouse. Because it breaks its rules all the time. It's fucking gonzo. Did anyone ever tell you about, like, the second turn of Baba Is You?
No.
Okay. If you want, I'll tell you about it afterwards.
We'll save some more for later. This has been going a long time. It's getting long in the tooth. Not one bathroom break.
Yeah, we did it. We did it. We didn't poop ourselves or throw up. It was good that the argument that we had in the early bit, or discussion rather, about the academic value of where to put your vomit did not need to come to a head and go into practice.
That's nice. Okay.
We got to stop in the next 12 minutes, or else they win.
Oh, hitting 5?
Yeah, we're gonna hit 5 in 12 minutes.
Yeah, I know. We've never hit 5.
Never.
And guess what?
We're not gonna hit 5 this week.
We
either.
won't.
Have a good week, everybody.